Hello, where am I at? Where did I go? Where am I? There I am. Hi there. I know I am like super late. I was trying to fix our blurb problem and doggy. It's it might be an OBS issue, so I'm gonna have to like download all of the stuff that I need to save on this and set OBS to default. It's gonna be a rough day for me. We think that that's the only thing that's causing the issues between the split. Oh no. Excuse me. That that's the only reason that the OBS is having such issues with blurb and blah 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 blah. But we're gonna get back into suffering in Fallout 4. So there we go. Silence. It's okay. We don't need any more music. Thank you, though. Whoa. There we go. I'm gonna try to lean back, because my back's been hurting today. Yeah, level 7. Hooah! I hope everyone's having a good day. And we still got dog meat! Right, we had stopped right before the Jewel of the Commonwealth. We were heading to Diamond City. We're having a good time, dog meat. Whoa. Oh, hey, Trisket. Well, it wanted me to listen to this.
Automated message repeating.
Okay.
This is Scribe Halen of Reconnaissance Squad Gladius to any unit in transmission range. Authorization ARCS, Ferrum, 9-5. Our unit has sustained casualties, and we're running low on supplies.
Okay.
We're requesting support or evac from our position at Cambridge Police Station.
It's level up time. Let's see. Making sure that there wasn't something super important that I needed to do. Ooh, radiation resistance. Nice. But I really want to do better with my gunslinger. There we go. Okay, off we go. Back to the Fallout with me. Oh, and a hippity hop. So far, the biggest issue we've had on traveling has been mole rats. Do you think that's everyone's problem? No? College Square. Oh, darn it, I'm gonna have to help them, aren't I? Oh, fun! It's a ghoul! Oh, thank you. Thank you, dog meat. You're beautiful. No! No! Ugh. It's fine if I get rads. Fuck them up, dog meat.
Good karma's paying off.
Hi? Okay, I can't shoot apparently while worried about my doggo.
Let's do this.
What? Oh shit. I don't intend to fast travel. I need another gun. Hi. Hold on, I gotta... Monsieur Wolfgang? You're just gonna disappear and not... We're not gonna have conversation? Okay. Good luck, Mr. Wolfgang. Hey, Wolfie, how you doing? Oh, that seems like good things. Oh, I guess you didn't hear that, did you? Because I heard the roar. Ooh, she had her second interview? How'd it go? Ooh, that's some rads. Get me out of that. Don't you hurt my dog! So she had her second interview. Did she know how to go in? Or did they like say how long it would take? She nod, spoken to, walked with confidence. She thinks she may have overdid it. You know what? That's okay. Hi.
We appreciate the assistance, civilian. But what's your business here?
Pest exterminator. I heard you had a feral problem.
Evading my questions is a surefire way of getting yourself ejected from the compound. Are you from a local settlement?
Do all these questions really matter? After all, I helped you fight those ferals.
You make a fair point.
I do.
If I appear suspicious, it's because our mission here has been difficult. Since the moment we arrived in the Commonwealth, we've been constantly under fire. If you want to continue pitching in, we could use an extra gun on our side.
That all depends. How much are you paying?
So you're a mercenary. Typical.
Yeah, well,
Fine.
mercenary
You
just helped your
us,
ass.
And I'll see you're compensated. I'm Paladin Dance, Brotherhood of Steel. Over there is Scribe Halen and Knight Reese. We're on recon duty, but I'm down a man and our supplies are running low. I've been trying to send a distress call to my superiors, but the signal's too weak to reach them.
Sir, if I may,
Proceed, Halen.
I've modified the radio tower on the roof of the police station, but I'm afraid it just isn't enough. What we need is something that will boost the signal.
Our target is ArcJet Systems, and it contains the technology we need. The deep-range transmitter. We infiltrate the facility, secure the transmitter, and bring it back here.
Sounds like
So what do you
words.
say? You willing to lend the Brotherhood of Steel a hand?
Yeah, sure.
No time to waste.
They're
Let's get
kind of
moving.
assholes.
Outstanding.
They are. Okay, well, does that mean I can help them, like, right now and then just say fuck off for the rest of the time, or
Take
is...
Reese inside and bind his wounds.
How are they,
Yes,
how are they
sir.
assholes? You have to tell me.
Once
I
you're on
don't
your
know...
feet, I want you to make
I
certain
don't
the
know
perimeter is secure.
Fallout lore.
All right, civilian. It's time to prove your worth. Head into the police station.
I will, as soon as I'm done looting. God.
Let me know when you're ready. Let's move out.
All right, big guy. Let's go.
Yeah.
I don't need a fancy hairbrush. Thank you, though. 2-ball. Like... Okay. 8-ball, fork, spoon. Almost got a full set here. Okay. Why didn't you guys use this stuff? It was right there. Okay, come on, dog meat. Let's do this. They're the strict USA military, America, Judah ideology. Ooh. Yeah. No, thank you. Do you need a stim
You gonna
pack?
patch me up or what?
I don't know. Your prognosis looks pretty grim.
Oh, just
Might
kiss.
be more humane to just take you out back and shoot you.
You're all heart, Doc.
Just quit squirming so I can get these bandages on.
Paladin dance.
You ready to move out?
Yeah.
Ready.
Outstanding. Follow me, and try not to lag behind.
Okay, that was pretty cool. Come on. We're going back
Why
outside?
are you standing around here like there's nothing to do?
I will punch the
Paladin
shit out of
Dance
you.
is waiting for you.
I will punch the shit out of you, my dude. Ugh, shivers. The loading screens. Dog meat? I know. You found something, but let's go. We gotta follow him. We gotta follow him, dog meat. Just grab it and go.
We'll take this alley. Follow me.
Basically, don't ask questions, just follow orders. We'll take this alley. Well, then fucking move. Yeah, get him, dog meat.
Arcjet is a short hike to the west. If we take this road, we should be able to avoid the larger packs of ferals infesting Cambridge. Traveling this far from the police station is a risk, but getting that transmitter up and running needs to be our top priority. If it was up to me, I'd relocate my team. But Scribe Halen detected some disturbing energy readings in the area that need to be investigated.
I know, dog meat. I know. Just grab it, let's go.
And broadcast on a frequency only attainable with a high level of technology.
Just grab it. We'll get it on the way back, hon.
Creating those energy readings might be a potential threat.
View super mutants and ghouls as abominations. Okay, so ghouls are the ones who are irradiated, but they're still people. But ferals are the ones that we just shot up, right? Is that how that goes? Oh, I didn't need that pool chest.
It might surprise you to learn that my recon team isn't the first to visit the Commonwealth.
Well, of course
Over the last
not.
7 years, 2 other teams were sent here by the Brotherhood to gather technology.
Oh.
The first team's mission was a huge success. They came back with crates full of pre-war artifacts and historical documents. The second wasn't so fortunate. Shortly after they arrived, we lost contact with them. They haven't been heard from since. As far as my team goes, we've lost 4 good men to this godforsaken wasteland. Been a target from the moment we arrived.
Yeah,
Despite
that'll
our
do it.
setbacks, I don't intend to give up and head home, or end up missing.
Oh, you were talking to me. I think they're what's left of the U.S. military after the bombs fall. Well, considering the technology that Paladin Dance seems to be riding, I do not doubt that that's true. So maybe we'll just help them out and we'll just not work with them. Because, I mean, are super mutants smart, or are they all just like, orc, orc, beep, beep?
I don't think we're alone.
No, because there's bugs.
Long live the Brotherhood.
You didn't do crap. Come on.
For honor, for glory. Back to hell.
Works for me. All right. Ba 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 ba. Oh wait, I had leveled up, didn't I? Yes, I did. Bum, bum, bum. Um. Getting some extra Black Widow.
There it is. Arc jet systems.
Yeah.
There shouldn't be any exterior security, so we'll head in through the front.
There shouldn't be, or you know there isn't any. Because that seems like a high difference, my friend. You know, I'm just saying. It seems like a difference. Dun, dun. Yeah, you're wearing
It
armor.
was
You go
corporations
first.
like this that put the last nail in the coffin for mankind.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
They exploited technology for their own gains, pocketing the cash and ignoring the damage they've done.
I mean, it's quite possible. Oh, that's not good.
Look at these wrecks. It appears as though the facility's automated security's already been dealt with.
That's not good. I was gonna talk.
I see that.
Damn it, I was hoping to avoid this.
What do you think's
Look
here?
at the evidence. There isn't a single spent ammunition casing or drop of blood in sight.
Okay.
These robots were assaulted by Institute synths.
What? I think feral super mutants are crush, kill, destroy, but there is lore. There are super mutants that are intelligent like humans. Oh dear.
What's the Institute?
They're a group of scientists who went underground when the Great War started. Spent the last few decades littering the Commonwealth with their technological nightmares.
Synth. Isn't that the same as robot?
They're an abuse of technology created by the Institute. Abominations meant to improve upon humanity. It's unacceptable. They simply can't be allowed to exist.
Okay. Are
I'll be on the
synths
lookout.
bad?
Roger that. Let's move out.
Means it sounds. It kind of sounds like they are.
This place is a mess, but I still see a few pieces of salvage that the Brotherhood might be interested in. After we're done here, I'll have to mark this place for sweep and retrieve.
Not unless I get through with it first.
dead end. See if you can find a way to get that door open. I'm gonna reconnoiter the area.
Okay. Password security. From Sam Brent, security lead to all staff. This is your annual reminder that all terminal and mainframe passwords are to be changed on a monthly basis. Failure to do so may result in automatic changes, suspension of I can't talk today, blah 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 blah, network privileges, and or disciplinary action. Please do your part in keeping our check system safe. Automated password change. According to our records, your terminal password has not been changed in 3 months. For security purposes, your password would not be reset. Your new password is NYB3N. This is an automated message. Okay. Who's a good dog meat? You a good dog meat. And I'm just gonna put this password in. Da 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 da. So much faster. Lab controls. Let's see. Unable to establish a connection to the prototype. Okay. Well, open the door, please.
Nice.
Take it. Holy crap! Okay, those are creepy. Shock batons. Okay. You know, I don't need an extra shock baton. Just...
Is someone present?
Is someone present? Let me shoot you. Oh, are you getting your ass kicked? Yeah, I think he's getting his ass kicked. That's good job. Good job. Who's a good bitey baby?
Statistically speaking, your survival is improbable.
Improbable, not impossible. Yeah, so yeah, that's creepy, but I'm taking the fusion cells. Good lord, is that creepy? Where'd he go? Oh, he's over here. Right? Are you over here? Where the hell'd you go, my dude? What, did you go all the way back here? Where did you go? Roar. Oh. You jumped down over here. Well, thanks for waiting.
Damn synths have compromised most of the facility. Remain vigilant. We've got turrets ahead. Kill them all!
Let's see. Private terminal. Mars Shot Project. 8/20/75. After 6 months, the United States Space Administration finally approved ArcJet as the contractor for the Mars Shot Project propulsion and communication system. Having my team start working on the XMB booster before we secured the contract was a gamble, but it looks like it's going to pay off big. We have a lot of details to hash out with the agency, and we have a lot of work ahead of us, but I think this contract will finally put ArcJet on the map. 9/20/75. I was fortunate to be able to add Dr. Roy McKellen to the XMB booster team today. There are few people who can match Dr. McKellen's aptitude with nuclear propulsion systems, so this is truly a coup. It cost the company a heck of a lot of money to hire him away from his military contracting job, but I'm sure it'll be well worth every dollar. We promised the USSA that the booster would be ready at least a year before their July 2078 launch date. With Dr. McLean at the helm, we should be able to meet that deadline with time to spare. Okay, 12 of that same year. As the holiday season approaches, it's time to take a step back and look at everything that's happened to ArcJet Systems this year. 5 months ago, my company was struggling to make ends meet, and now, with the XMB booster and the deep-range transmitter projects in full swing, ArcJet appears to have received a second chance. Thanks to Dr. McKellen, we're on schedule and under budget. The USSA is thrilled with our progress and is already talking to me about future contracts after we deliver, but I don't think it's possible to be ending the year on a better note. 03 of the next year, Dr. McKellen informed me that we have a problem with the XMB booster. The USSA is demanding that the engine can't exceed their strict weight allowance, but thanks to the uranium refinement subsystem, we're a few 100 tons over. We're now 1 month behind schedule, and I'm frankly starting to panic, but Dr. McKellen assures me he'll find a solution soon, but that isn't helping me sleep at night. 7 of 76. The USSA has started their public relations campaign for the Mars Shop project, and ArcJet system is finding itself caught right in the middle. In the last week, I think I've fielded 15 separate interviews from everyone asking the same questions over and over again. They all want to know when we're delivering the XMB booster so they can take their pretty pictures of the USSA test firing it for the first time. And all I can do is keep smiling and lying through my teeth. The XMB will be delivered when it's ready. I hope that Dr. McLean solved our weight problem soon, or we're never going to get a contract from the USSA ever again. Oh, hello, Slimy Sammy. How you doing? Oh, that's a cute little wiggler. How you doing today? 11 of 76. I can't believe it, but Dr. McKellen's team finally solved the XMB's weight problem. Now all we need to do is finish tightening a few screws and hoist the thing up on the engine core. If we're lucky, we'll be able to test fire the booster right after the new year. Goodness sake, that's been a long time waiting. It's funny how things seem so bleak and chaotic during the year, but it all comes together for us just in time for the holidays. I don't know about that. Okay. 02 of 77. We've scheduled a photo opportunity tomorrow for the XMB booster's first test, firing in the engine core. We're going to stick them all down in the control room and let them shoot their pictures through the thermoglass window after Dr. McKellen gives them a short explanation of how the booster works. The engine should put out hell of a thrust, so it should be quite a spectacular show. Whoop, 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 whoop. 03 of 77. It's been 2 weeks since the accident before the XMB booster test firing event. Somehow, a photographer managed to wander past security and into the engine core a few hours early. Dr. McKellen was running a quick test on the booster, but letting it run for only a few seconds to make sure it was ready for the demonstration. It burned the photographer into ash. Oh my god. That's terrible. That's terrible. I'm having Brent take care of the remains. After all, that's why I hired him. If word of this accident goes public, we'll be shut down and I might as well put a for sale sign out front. Okay, did they get caught? 09 to 77. All the unrest overseas is making the USSA nervous about processing with the Mars Shop project. They're telling me they may have to delay a year or more depending on what happens. If that's true, we'll just have to make do with the proceeds from the deep range transmitter contract, which we've already completed. I'm trying to keep everyone's spirits up around here, but it's getting harder and harder with the world falling apart around us. Hopefully, our government will work things out and we'll all get back to work. They didn't. You need some help, Dance?
We've got company. Mission accomplished.
Wasn't that bad, Dance. You could have just gotten it. Where'd they go? It's a machine. It didn't move.
Think you're clever?
It's a gun turret, Dance. I mean, what do you think he was gonna... What's it? Repair departmental... Yeah, why not? Oh, goody. It's a password thing. If I haven't asked anybody else today how they doing, I hope you're having a great time and gonna have a wonderful time watching me try my hardest to hack into this system. I should be able to. If they give me any code things to work with. There we go. Got one dud removed. Was that it? Seriously? Spookiest! How are you doing? Spookiest of the Reds? Okay. Test only had one likeliness. I have to wait. I'm good. And you? Good, yes. Oh, it's alright. I'm doing good, thank you, though. You know, other than this, hacking issue. I'm doing well. Sorry, got bullied by ads. Oh, God, yeah, very sorry about that, but thank you for sitting through those. Speaking of bullying, I'm currently bullying my girlfriend with love and affection. For legal reasons, this is a joke. I totally understand. I get bullied by my wife all the time. For legal reasons, she's just bullying me. She's like, I love you, and then I'm like, why? I don't deserve it. La 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 la. I'm stalking people's gaming lists and add it to my wish list. Ooh. Oh, that's a big order though. That could be a lot. What new games have you added? Oh, I'm on yours. Oh no, you're on my... Oh wait, you're on my gaming list or my wish list? Because my wish list, I haven't played any of those games. And again, I do have a bit of a list. Well, I got my tries reset. That much is that. I got a lot of games. Okay, come on. Give me a couple more dud removers. Come on. No, you're not going to. Okay. Ah, well, I've got a lot of games. If you want to ask about them, I'll let you know how I like them. Okay, so it's not at all, like, over. Is it, like, paid?
That's it.
Yeah, there it is. My girlfriend Met's like putty when she blushes and is adorable. Oh, Stitchy likes to say a lot of stuff about me. Repair order. Installed a new terminal in Reinhardt's office. He's demanding some serious security on it now. We got the Marshot contract. I'm not sure if he's being paranoid or if he's got a real reason to be worried. I'll set him up with the best we got for now. Stitchy just denies me when I try to be like, oh, you know, you're so cute. No, love, 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 love. She's like, nope, nope, I'm not. She doesn't blush or anything. It puts me at a real disadvantage. Okay, I'm now convinced Reinhardt is paranoid. He has me in the automated security turrets in the main hallway outside his office. You'd think we were working for the military instead of the United States Space Administration. Oh, that's what USSA is. Got McKellen constantly bugging me the mainframe keeps running out of space. I've ordered some more storage from our supplier, but we're rapidly running out of room down here for any more consoles. I might have to talk Reinhardt into letting us spill over into the office sections. Shouldn't be too much of a problem. Brent came down and had me pull out all the video surveillance records from the mainframe from last month. I asked if he wanted me to just make them backups, but he grunted like he always does and demands the originals. I have no idea what he's doing with them, and I don't want to know. As long as I keep getting a paycheck, I couldn't care less. Turret controls. Always assume they're loaded. If you could please deactivate. Thank you. You know, if there's too many more of those, I'd want to make sure that, you know, we cool. I'm stuck on a piece of wood. Thank you. Thank you, dog meat. Oh, hello. Fancy. If we don't do our snooping now, dog meat, we'll never get to snoop. I hear him crunching around back there. I will take... Why do you guys have bobby pin? I mean, I guess I'm not going to judge how you do your hair. Ah, he's down there. But I want to look around at little things. Do-do-do-doot. What you making noises at there, dog meat? That's the elevator. That's broke. Alright, down we go. I wish we had a Miss Wolfman. Aww, why? What? What's going on? Oh, I accidentally took cigarettes. My bad. Taking that Nuka-Cola. Oh, that didn't work out, did it? The walls have ears. Yep, fucking creepy. Hello. Actually, I have a name for my polycule, the Goofball Gang, because I call all my partners goofballs. Aw, that sounds so cute, Sammy. Sorry, I meant yes. I, not we. Oh, you wish you had your Miss Wolfie. Aw. That's fair. The walls are have ears. Communists are listening. Oh no! How dare the communists! Those dang commies. Is it steel? Okay, I thought I'd check. You never know. Whee! Come on. Give me a hack. Just give me hacks. I didn't learn to hack in my law degree, so I could not hack in the future. My mom's first computer looked like this. Come on! Give me a hack! Buttholes. To be honest, you and Stitchy are adorable together. Aw, well thank you. We try to be. Okay, so it's not like steel at all. Is it floor? No. Kills? Bring? Alright, I'm locked out. I wish I had a girlfriend. Aw. Well, spookiest, the day will come. It will. I believe in you. I know you can do it. Hi. You look so pretty, dog meat.
Hey.
You want to trade? What do you got? You picked up a pipe pistol? Good for you. La 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 la. Is it Tells? No, it's not at all like Tells. Okay. Da da da. Like, we get told we're disgustingly cute. Dog meat has a pipe pistol, and I'm not gonna take it from him. Seems like that's how someone loses fingers. Ever since he got that bandana, he's just been a badass. And I am not gonna stop him. Not books either, huh?
There we go.
Got it. He's daring you to take it. I'm not gonna take it from him. My girlfriend Christy actually slid into my DMs, rambling about her favorite things, then asked me out. Autistic girlfriends who are hyperfixated stay together. Who hyperfixate together stay together. That's cute. Okay, so... Stitchy talked to me after well, we've been friends for years, talking about, like, middle school. And, when I, broke up with my first girlfriend ever, Stitchy sent me an anime e-card, and it was adorable. It was cute. When I told her I'd broken up, and I was like, maybe I'll have to date guys again, she was like, oh, yeah. Don't check your email. It was so cute. Maybe I should do that. Do it, spookiest. The worst they can say is no. Trade that pipe pistol with a teddy. Do I even have one? Hold on, let me check the press mail. I realize our announcement regarding the Mars shop projects caused quite a bit of excitement with the national media. If any members of the press are requesting statements or interviews, direct them to our public relations department. Okay. I don't need the floor safe information. Hey, do I have a teddy? Dog
Hey.
me. Come here. Come here. Trade. Oh, woo woo, yes. How you doing there? Let's see. Can you wear a harness? Please tell me he can wear the harness. He can't. Okay. Do I have a teddy bear for him? It does not look like I have a teddy bear. I don't have a teddy bear for him, it looks like. Okay, well, how about I give you this death claw hand. He could chew on that. There you go. Oh, okay, so I don't know how many other states or countries do this, but my state, Minnesota, likes to every Wednesday of the first of the month, they will test our tornado system. So they just set off the tornado alarms to make sure they're working. Regal, my dog, was outside. My own personal dog meat was outside, and when it went on, he went, oh, and it was because Boo never learned how to howl, so he was just like, oh, it was so cute. Have you seen? What? There's an anim. Okay, you're getting a teddy as soon as we get home. I have not seen the animation. I'm gonna see it when we get it to him. What a coincidence. My girlfriend lives in Minnesota too. Oh my god. By the way,
course ahead. Should be our final stop.
Okay, dance. By the way, today in 1348, a papal bull from Pope Clement VI was issued during the Black Plague, stating that Jews were not to blame and to urge for their protection. Because that had to be said. It's cute. Okay, so he's getting a teddy. I don't know where I'm getting you a teddy, but you getting a teddy.
Watch your footing. Looks like the power's out in this section.
Like, I should... Oh, okay, because there's no light. Well, you know what? I got a Pip-Boy, so... Oh, it's okay, dog meat. I won't let anybody hurt you.
Look at this place. Scribes
I see you, dog meat. Come on. Come on, dog meat. Let's go. Oh, yeah. That's the thing that went vavoosh. Or goes vavoosh.
The transmitter should be in the control room at the top of the core. But it looks like the elevators are dead.
Yeah.
We'll have to keep heading down for now. And find a way to get the facility's power back online.
Okie dokie.
There has to be a power backup system somewhere.
Oh god!
Scout the maintenance area.
Dog meat just fucking
Follow me here.
jumped!
Watch our backs.
Okay, auxiliary core. Let's see. That looks like an auxiliary core. Oh, I shouldn't press buttons that I don't know what they're doing.
Warning. Power loss detected. Engine core is
Jump
offline.
jet. Oh, good. Oh, let's play that. Yeah, dog meat got hops.
Leering, laughing, mocking, taunting.
Those are
Oh,
descriptors.
he graduated all right from high school. It's fine. I'm sure he took shop class. Oh, look, he's reading the science mags. How cute.
Har har har. Shop class. Let's see them make this in shop class. I marvel of engineering.
Oh, that looks bad.
Weaponized refuse acceleration.
That looks bad.
Beauty. My junk jet. They'll see the engineers with their suits and fancy degrees.
Yeah.
Come Monday morning, they'll all see.
I don't know why. Looking at dog meat while I did that makes it sound like dog meat's giving that out. Let's see. Ooh. Lockbox. Helping me level up in ways I never... Ow. I don't know why I said ow. It was a bobby pin. The new weapon, the junk jet. Heavenly Heart. Is the junk jet really good?
That's it.
Oh, the urge to take out the fusion core. And is it food? Okay, it's nothing like food. Begin the hacking. And if you're new here, if you have any questions for me about anything, you just give me a questiononi. The only ones I will not answer are the ones that the government has literally told me I can't. And if you think that's a joke, it's not. I have knowledge that I've been told I cannot give to civilians. Okay, you're not gonna give me a hackage. Hackage? No hackage. Junk jet actually saved your ass on multiple occasions when you ran out of ammo. Just load the sucker with trash and you're good. Ooh. Okay. Well, if I can carry it, I will do so. Okay, so it's not like food. Is it wary?
Yes.
It's wary. The engine core is operating on emergency power. To conserve energy, all non-critical systems and operations have been suspended. Power options. Start auxiliary generators. Go! Alright, good. Engine on.
Engine core power restored. Thermal engine fuel.
Oh.
Primed and standing by for your command. Command accepted. Commencing 5-second countdown. 5.
Yeah, you'll be fine. You got a suit. You got a suit. You're fine.
3.
You're fine.
1. Engine firing.
You're fine. Oh. That's nice. Top 10 anime battles. Alright, well, I'll take the junk jet. Hey!
Test firing completed with an efficiency rating
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
of 96.7%.
Hey! Wasn't that cool, Dance?
Oh my god! Are you alright?
I did kind of...
Cooked by those flames.
Oh, good, good, good.
Thanks
See.
to my power armor, I'm still in one
Oh,
piece.
grab the fusion core. We'll
The
do.
important thing is that we're still alive. We have a way to get to the transmitter.
Yep, just a second. I was told I gotta get the fusion core. I'll be right back. Hey, Booba. Oh, jeez, Dance, you scared me. Da 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 da. And I'm getting your fusion cells. Getting them fusion cells. I've already got a shock baton. So many dropped fusion cells. I can see how that one guy got fucking torched. Alright, we're good to go. Yeah, we're good. Did I get... Oh, I did not get all the synths that were ashed. Oh, pretty much an anime mentor character in a Western RPG. Love it. Okay, we can go. You know what? I believe in their ability to get in here. If I just close my eyes... Oh shit, they're not here. Well, they can take the next one up. Hey, use the L... No! Are you okay, dog meat? Oh, dog meat landed on the engine. It's cool. It's okay.
Hold up. I think we're being stalked.
Well, I got a gun.
Hello?
Found you.
Where did you... Oh, are you going to shoot through the window?
Must
You can't
be
do...
terminated.
Hi. Woof.
Open fire.
Oh, go.
Kill every last one of them.
What do you think I'm trying to do, Dance? What do you think my dog's gonna do, huh?
Threat neutralized. I hope that's the last of them.
Yeah, it probably is.
I don't see the device anywhere.
Well, you're not very good at looking at things. Ooh. Oh, I thought that was a...
The transmitter as well.
Oh, dog meat, you fine. You fine. I didn't expect you to do anything there, dog meat. You know, it's okay. Sir, I am looking for stuff. I'll come back to that. That's probably what we need. But I would like to look around at stuff first. Okay. It looks spoopy.
Let's get out of here. We'll take
No.
the service
Oh,
elevator to the
wait, I
south.
thought there was a computer that still worked. Okay, then we can go. Oh, don't worry, I'm gonna get you a teddy bear the second we get back. Okay? The second we get back, you getting a teddy bear so I can see this apparent animation that you have. Ba 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 ba. It looks like an over-designed vape. That does sound like an, oh, look at that metal booty. It's got a drop hole. Oh, it's gotta be sweaty in there. It's gotta be. It's gotta be so sweaty up in there. Oh, I turned off my light. Well, it's good for me to conserve energy.
Let's move out.
It's a shiny metal. Oh, nope, can't go yet. My dog found something. What did you find? What did you find? Found a lantern? What else? What'd you find? Is it this? Was that it? You're wiggling an awful lot, so I think that was it. Dance has a nice booty. I'd like to see it. You know? I love the Brotherhood's weaponry, but I hate what they stand for. Like, I don't know very much lore. I know about, like, the vaults, but that's about it. Like, I mean, I know the basics of vaults. Hi, Empty, by the way.
Paladin Dance.
Well, that could have gone smoother.
Maybe.
Mission accomplished.
Smoother? I thought we did fine.
That sweep was sloppy.
Eh.
We were caught unprepared more than once, which is unacceptable. However, your extra gun gave us the edge we needed. I'm
That's
not
how you
certain
think
I could
about
have
it.
accomplished the mission alone.
Ooh, they're basically not... Ooh, right, because Wolfie, I believe, said that they're really not great to people who aren't humans.
I don't need an evaluation.
Accepting constructive criticism is the best way to improve ourselves, both physically and mentally.
Nah.
However, this doesn't diminish your role in the operation. Without your assistance, it could have been in jeopardy.
Could have
That
been.
being said, I believe we have two important matters to discuss. First and foremost,
Ew,
if you'll
gross.
hand me the deep-range transmitter, I'd like to compensate you for your
Sorry.
assistance. during this
Regal's
operation.
here and stuff, so you
I
might
think
hear
you'll
his
find this weapon
woo-woos.
useful. It's my
I'll mark
own
off his
personal
woo.
modification of the standard Brotherhood laser rifle.
I'll accept
May
it.
serve you well in battle.
You're not gonna look at me while we're talking about this? Okay. Well, thanks.
Thank you.
You're welcome, civilian. Now,
Bite my shiny
as far
metal
as the second
ass.
matter goes,
They're only
I
slightly
wanted to make
dickish?
you a proposal.
Oh.
We had a lot thrown at us back there. Our op could have ended in disaster, but you kept your cool and handled it like a soldier.
And I set you
There's
on
no doubt
fire.
in my mind that you've got what it takes.
Oh, no,
The way I
no,
see
no,
it,
no, no.
You've got
No,
a
no.
choice.
No, no,
You
no.
can spend the rest of your life wandering from place to place, trading an extra hand for a meager reward. Or you could join the Brotherhood of Steel and make your mark on the world. So,
The last time I agreed to join some sort of military-like thing, I lost years of my life and became a disabled individual. Yeah, I think I'm good.
what do you say?
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's a big decision, so I understand your hesitation.
Shits out a
Decide
laser
you wanna
rifle
become
talking.
one of us.
That's what I think
You
what
know where we
happened.
are. Good
I
luck.
accept that. That is officially canon in my head now. Oh, I leveled up again. Hoo-wah! Screw Maxon. Ooh, that doesn't sound good. Let Vault-Tech guide you. Ooh, I do like being guided, but I don't like Vault-Tech, so... Action girl. Idiot savant. You're not stupid, just different. Let's see. Ooh, strength 6. I get pack mule. That's gonna take a bit, but it's worth it. Basically, I said they're military junta based on genocidal ideology. Yeah, it's generally not great. Okay, right. We are going to Diamond City. How far away are we now? Have I gone to Oberlin Station? Oh. Alright, well then I guess we're walking. I'm gonna turn on my light. Oh no, I meant to turn on my flashlight. Isn't that how I do it? Yeah, there it is. Also, funny story, when I was super brainwashed and alt-right, I thought the Brotherhood's ideals were correct. Good thing I went through character development and got my way to... out of my way to unalive Maxton any chance I get. You know what? It is a good thing to be able to realize things from a different perspective and change and grow. It's a good thing. It's a good thing, and I'm proud of you for that, Sam. Actually, Idiot Savant helps if your intelligence is low. Shit. Is my intelligence low? Am I a dumb? Am I a dum-dum? Give me my stats. Am I dumb? I might be a little dumb. Yeah. And because I was able to... I was able to slowly pull my dad out of the alt-right pipeline. Well, I gotta say, you're very lucky on that, because I know that can be incredibly difficult to do. I grew up in a very, very, right-wing family. Not alt-right, but still right-wing. And I have really wanted to get my mom out of that. Like, I am very happy that she hasn't gone all right, but I'm scared at one point she will. And that's just kind of the downer of things. Like, once I don't want to say, like, grew up, but once I got out into the world and actually saw things for what they were, you know, it was a big change. I'm taking that cream dress. That's mine now. But, you know, I changed. I did other things, and, you know... I grew, and I changed. And there's a lot of skeletons here. What the shit? Oh. Okay. Good job there, dog. There's different Brotherhood Steel factions in every state and post-war. You have to listen to the Idiot Savant sound effect. What's the idiot sound in the Savant? What is it? What's the sound?
Allow nuclear protection on a budget.
Oh, that's nice. I've heard the Navy is the most diverse branch. I met so many people. If I had just gotten through boot camp, it was still hella impressive on how much diversity we had. People I never thought I'd meet.
Nuclear protection on a budget.
Oh, goodness, let me scroll back. Oh, no, I'm sorry! The ads! No! It took years, lots of misgendering, dead naming, jumping conclusions, screaming matches, but now our relationship is as healthy as it's been in years, because we see each other as equals. On a budget. Okay, you know I have to open these. You know I have to, so sorry you're gonna hear it one more time.
Nuclear protection on a budget.
I want that pie. Can I have that pie? Welcome back. You sent the link. Don't say I didn't warn you. Oh, God. Okay, hold on. Where did you send the link to? Discord? Did you send it to Discord? I'm gonna play some music while I'm looking for stuff. Ah, okay. Give me a sec then. I shall get it. Wow. Okay, that's not what I wanted to do. Boot. Oh, I'm already concerned with this image. You know what? I think we're good. Also, what did you all clip in, like... It's only been an hour! Why am I clipped? I gotta go check the clip thing real quick. Oh. There we go. Welcome back from the ad dimension. Oh! Dog meat got hops. Let me take a look. Oh, that's cute. I'm gonna put that on my YouTube later. Alright. Thank you, Hangover Heart. Back we go. We were just saying that, the Navy is hella diverse. And, oh god. Hi. Can I press a button for anything? No? I would love to press a button for this. I mean, it seems kind of cool, but I don't think you could stay here in here for like 180 something days that you'd need for things to dissipate. So, you know, good try, people. So close, yet so far. But yeah, like I said, I grew up a very different person from who I was when I was younger and in high school. Two ball, dinner fork, bottle cap. Fun fact, the preservation chambers are a massive scam in lore. Oh, they are? Only slightly a scam? Oh, tell me about the scam. But same? I would think so, Sammy. From what you were saying. But yeah, it's, I changed a lot from when I was younger. And then when I was like, you know what? I think I actually might be gay. It was like, I had to kick open a switch and be like, yeah, okay, we gotta change a lot of fucking shit, okay? They're advertised as a shelter on a budget, but they don't actually protect you. But they are on a budget? Are they on a budget? That's what I'm asking. That's the most important thing. Are they actually on the budget? But that would explain why there was a... What? Okay. We're just go... No one's gonna... Wait, what?
It's gonna kill me. No more from you. You're not replacing me. Please. You gotta help me. This guy's a synth, and he's gonna kill me and replace me
what the
and
shit?
my family. Oh, God. My kids. Don't you dare bring them up. He's the synth, and he wants to replace me. Please. Please, you gotta believe me. You can't let that thing do this.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, no. What? Who is it? Hold on, let me quick save. Who is it? Who is it? Oh my god, who is it?
Hey, I'm on your side. I just need you to tell me the truth. Then maybe I can help.
You're with the Institute? Look, this guy knows I'm a synth. So just help me take care of him, alright? Otherwise, I'm gonna be in a lot of trouble.
Oh! Oh.
Let's all just calm down. No one has to die.
No, he wants me dead. He's never gonna stop. I have to kill. Don't listen to him. It'll say anything to convince you.
Didn't you just say?
Hey, I'm on your side. I just need you to tell me the truth. And maybe I can help.
How this, fine. I was on my way to Bunker Hill. I round a bend, and I see this guy. Me. Gun drawn, ready to fire. After that, it's a blur. We scuffled for a while, but I won. Now, I don't know what else I can say to convince you he's the synth. Now, are you gonna get out of my way?
Yeah, the other guy did say that he wasn't thing.
You know what? Just kill him.
What? No! It's done.
What?
I need to get out of here.
What? Are you a synth? You shot blood. Do that synth component. Oh. Okay, bye Art. Have a good day. Hope you had a good one. Okay, so synths can bleed. I didn't know that. Okay. Okie dokie. That's good. Yep. That was good. We did good. We did good, right? I think we did good. Yeah. I have to take my usual at-stream break. let's see, right, first before I leave. When I was in high school, I was the picture example of a cringy anime incel who was super in the closet. And once I came out, not only as trans, but as a lesbian soon after, it was like my eyes were open to what I was always so wrong about. And then I suddenly felt so undeniably free, even in the toxic household I lived in with my family. Feel so freeing to say that now I'm wholly and truthfully Samantha Meriwether Marquise, and I am happy. I'm sorry, I hope I said your last name right. You know what? That is, like I said, great to hear, and it's wonderful to see growth. That is always amazing to hear. And I'm so happy you feel much more free and happy now. That's definitely how it's been for me. Is I've been had to stand up and say a lot of things to family members that they weren't so appreciative of, because I was like, no, we can't just say it like that. You're wrong, and you're deniably wrong. But if you've grown at any point in your life towards something better, I want you all to give yourself a good pat on the back, okay? Because you deserve it. You've done so much and you've grown. Even if it's just a teeny tiny little bit, you've grown. All right, I'm going to put the... Oh, where's my... There it is. Nope, there it is. Where's... There. Boom. Right there. All right, so I'm going to waddle off. I'm going to let my pupper out. You'll probably hear him in a second when I say the 3 letters here. Well, actually, you hear me say 3 words. I'm better than I was, that's for sure. And that's all that matters, is you're growing, you're alive, and you'll keep going. All right, I'm going to leave you with some awesome Fallout music, and I'll be back. See you soon! It's a sin. By the way, Fikry92? What would you like me to call you, by the way? I'm gonna go ahead and turn that down a little bit. Okay. Wah-wah. Back into the game we go. Gotta grab my actual controller. You know, it's a thing. Okay, so. Can I get in my game? There we go. Okay. Oh, I didn't turn off the music. I was just cool with that. Okay. There we go. Alright, I'm back. We're gonna do a quick save, and apparently, totally a synth. So, we made the right choice. It's a very pretty... Ooh, bobby pins. Oh god, I hated these desks. I hated them so much.
What desk?
The ones that are connected, the desk connected to the chair.
Oh, yeah.
Is there a... like, somewhere I could take a nappy? You're telling me nobody's set up in this beautiful bus? Oh, look, another Pawelski nuclear protection on a budget. Oh. Well, gumdrops. I'll take those anyway. No, sorry, no teddy bear. Just a toy alien. You know what? I'll let you take the toy alien. Do you have something for that? Let's see. Hey, hey.
Hey.
No, no, we gotta trade. I don't want your pipe pistol, but... There it is. You can take the toy alien. Oh, I don't think he's got something for the toy alien. Okay, off we go. Whoopa! That's a big old ship there. Wreck of the USS Riptide. Sounds...
Hearing shit.
Nah, you're just dead. There we go.
Ambush all over it.
Oh, sorry, attack doggo. Nope. I didn't want to hurt the doggo. That's not bueno. Nobody hurts dog meat. Oh, get my attention. What's up, Tangent? What's going on? Ah, the trashy tits, not them. Oh, right. Step back. Step back. Ugh. How you doing, Turner? Okay. Oh, it's got a red dog pin.
Jittery.
You're tough. Come on.
Taking that. Is there somebody in the water? Doggy, is there somebody in the water? Yeah, you've...
Playing games with me, huh?
No, you're just nowhere we can see. You know, it's fine, I guess. It's just... Oh, good, a nap. Oh, I can't sleep when there's enemies near. Oh, no. Now can I sleep? No. Okay, enemies are still near.
Come on out. I'll make it nice and quick.
Well, where
You can trust
where
me.
are you? Hi, Stitchy. She's having her soup. Oh, Jesus.
Dead. I'll give you that.
Oh, I think they fell in there. Need more points to throw more things. At work, took a late lunch. Well, it's good you ate lunch. You're interrupting my nap time, Scatter. Alright, come on, let's go. It's nap time. We've earned this today. We're gonna sleep for 5 hours together. Ah, yes, excellent. Dog meat found something. Dog found an enemy. What did you find?
How you doing, buddy?
Go fetch.
Hey, boy. Think you can find something for me?
Go fight enemies?
What do you think? Any bad guys around, buddy?
They're right there? Is that what you're saying? Oh, you didn't find any? Okay. Well, that's fine. Don't whimper. You found a lot of good stuff. You did. Like this crap. Oh, that sounds cool. Okay. Okay, where's the other arm? I'll get rid of it later. Well, that was pretty good. Good job, dog meat. Alright. So how are you doing other than taking the late lunch? Anything good happening to you lately, Turner?
Sweet.
Yeah, we're doing good, dog meat. Yes, we are. Ooh, oh, shit. Nope, that wasn't what I wanted to do. Kinda wasn't. Kinda was. You know. You know what? We can go. Or can we? Ooh, that's gross. That's seaweed. Playing Minecraft and actually streamed a couple times. Well, that's awesome. It's good to hear you've got to do that. Oh, dog meat, don't push me off into the water now. I'm very sorry, attack dog.
What?
Who the heck is that guy? Yeah, well, his friends are dead. He's probably in the water, floop flooping. Trying to feel things out. Want to see if you can do it again? Oh, that's fair. Wow. Could also do different, like, you could do some YouTube streaming too, if you'd like. Or YouTube, recorded. I put my VODs up there on YouTube, and they're actually doing kind of nice. Not great, but nice. What you guys shooting at? Those are security, so what are you guys shooting at? Oh! Well, obviously I'm not gonna shoot them. Yeah, okay, that'll work. Did you get the dogs? Okay, they got the killer dogs. Okay, noted, noted. Super limited, what? Super limited mirth, blah, 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 blah. That looks pretty cool. Aw, hi. It's okay, dog meat. Everything's gonna be okay.
Super mutants! There's some...
Let's try to find the other one. There's the super mutant. Ah, there you are.
You'll pay for that!
Oh, turn my light back off. Hi. Yeah, we're gonna go take a look at stuff in here. 'Cause why not? It's gross, and I think, was that our first super mutants? I think it was. Ooh. That's nice. A tibia. Okay. He's got a tibia. Ha, Stitch, you can't make a joke about that. Me having a tibia.
I probably can, but you wouldn't find it humorous.
Oh, God bless it, she found one. If you didn't hear her, she said, I probably can't, but you wouldn't find it. I probably could, but you wouldn't find it humorous. Which I think, fair play. Fair play. Ew. A right hand bone. How can I tell about all these things?
Damn. Not afraid of mutants, huh?
Yeah.
You're our kind of gal.
Well, winky face. Don't know. What do you want me to say about that? My dog is hella nervous. Alright. Let me change out that... No. I wanted the apparel. There it is. I wanted the... That. Okay, so a little bit less armor, but more energy. So let's give that a try. See how that works out for us. You know, why not? What's this? Is there beer? Radex. I'll take that. I'm carrying too much! Hold on. I'm gonna take some cram. And then I'm gonna take some... rat away, and then I'm gonna drink some purified water. Boom. I can run. Traders, welcome to head. Yeah, why not? Oh, for a second I thought that the grass here, when it hadn't fully loaded in, I thought it was like apples. Like a pile of apples.
A lot of different raider groups nearby. They ain't a match for us, but you should be careful.
I guess that's true.
What do you mean you can't open the gate? Stop playing around, Danny. I'm standing out in the open here, for crying out loud.
I got orders not to let you in, Miss Piper. I'm sorry. I'm just doing my job.
Ooh, just doing your job. Protecting Diamond City means keeping me out, is that it? Oh, look, it's the scary reporter.
I'm sorry, but Mayor McDonough's really steamed, Piper. Saying that article you wrote was all lies. The whole city's in a tizzy.
Ugh. You open this gate right now, Danny Sullivan. I live here. You can't just lock me out.
Hi.
You want into Diamond City, right?
I do. Injustice? Sounds like time to slaughter the whole city.
I just got here, but yeah.
Shh. Play along. What's that? You said you're a trader up from Quincy? You have enough supplies to keep the general store stocked for a whole month? You hear that, Danny? You gonna open the gate and let us in, or are you gonna be the one talking to crazy Myrna about losing out on all the supply?
Jeez, all right. Need to make it personal.
I also have to get a haircut because I look way too much like her with this hair.
Better head inside quick before old Danny catches on to the bluff.
I'm pretty sure he's gonna figure that out when he sees I just have a dog and not a Brahim.
You first.
Wouldn't have it any other way.
Piper, who let you back inside? I told Sullivan to keep that gate shut. You devious, rabble-rousing slanderer. The level of dishonesty in that paper of yours. I'll have that printer scrapped for parts.
Mr. McDonough, tyrant mayor shuts down the press. Why don't we ask the newcomer? You support the news? Because the mayor's threatening to throw free speech in the dumpster.
I support the news.
Always believed in freedom of the press.
Oh, I didn't mean to bring you into this argument, miss. No. You look like Diamond City
I need a
material.
bad choices redeemed.
Welcome to the great green jewel of the Commonwealth. Safe, happy, a fine place to come. Spend your money, settle down. Don't let this muckraker here tell you otherwise, all right?
What are you two arguing about
Why was
anyway?
I smiling that excitedly?
What do you think? Print lies and everybody's happy, but if you print the truth...
Now, was there anything particular you
Like,
came
shoot
to our
this
city
man.
for?
I'm trying to find someone.
Trying to find someone? Who?
My baby boy, Sean. He's less than a year old.
Wait, your son's missing?
My son's missing.
You hear that, McDonough? Is Diamond just gonna
Ow,
stand
my
by
trashy
while a mother
tips.
searches for her infant son all on her own?
No, don't listen to her. Well, I'm
Ow.
afraid that our security
Don't bore
team
my
can't
chat.
follow every case that comes through. I'm confident that you can find help here. Diamond City has every conceivable service known to man. One of our great citizens can surely find the time to help.
Ah!
A mayor of a great city must know everyone. Who can help me?
Well, there is one private citizen, Nick Valentine, a detective of sorts.
Wait, Nick Valentine? Hold on. Crazy. But that lady who we gave the drugs to, who we weren't supposed to, we've been joking, takes over the town, said we'd find somebody in Diamond City with a bright heart. Do you think Valentine is the bright heart? Oh, I'm sorry, tangent.
Who specializes in tracking people down, usually for debts or whatnot. Now I have to get going. I'm sorry, Diamond City Security doesn't have time to help, but I'm sure Mr. Valentine charges a reasonable fee.
This is ridiculous. Diamond City Security
Wait,
can't
wait,
spare
wait.
one officer to help? I want the truth, McDonough. What's the real reason security never investigates an
I've had enough of this, Piper. From now on, consider you and that little sister of yours on notice.
Yeah, keep talking, McDonough. That's all you're good for. I'm impressed.
I hope you heard it. I heard it, but I mean, that probably means you can't hear it. But thank you, Apples, so much for the raid. Stitchy, are you still on my stream? Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Apples, for the raid. Welcome in. If you don't know who I am Historical Squid, or just Squid for short. I'm a variety streamer who plays all sorts of fun little things. And, you know, it's been pretty good. We're having a good, fun time. You were playing Overwatch 2. Did you win? Are you winning, son? How high is my charisma? I'll show you after this chitter chat happens.
Not everyone can claw information out of McDonough's tight-fisted hands.
That was a hand motion that I'm not so sure about.
Why don't you stop by my office after you see Valentine? I think I just found my next story.
No! Okay, I can hear that. I don't think you can, but I heard it. Wait. We can't. Okay, but I heard it. It was delightful. I'm going to try and fix it. It's going to take me a lot to do today. I'm going to have to like restart my OBS completely from default. So, I want you to know if this fixes it. I want you to know how much I spent hours trying to get this fixed today. Fix me, ew. Let's see. My stats are... My charisma's actually an 8. My charisma's a... Wait, are you looking at my... Ah, the trashy tits. Doggo. Exactly, Wolfie.
Head on inside.
Yeah, okay. Give me a second. I gotta talk to the guy.
So, you're that trader Piper was talking about.
It's gonna be a little bit
Something tells me
tasty.
she's pulled the wool over my eyes again. Am I right?
Just a little bit.
I didn't mean to lie, officer. It all just happened so fast.
You're not the first one Piper pulled into a heap of trouble they weren't ready for. Thanks for being honest. If it were up to me, we would have just let the both of you in. But the mayor's calling the shots.
I get that, I get that.
Well, you saw how mad he is. Anyway, welcome to Diamond City and all that. I gotta get back to
Ooh,
work.
fishies. I really gotta get a sound for that.
What's up?
Nothing much. Ow! So many trashy tits. It's because apples can only do sounds with tits. That's all they get. My hair does look very tentacly when I get hit. You good, apples?
Hey, kiddo.
Her
How are the
kid's so
paper sales?
tiny.
Well, the presses are getting overloaded. That motor is going to go soon. if we
How's my
don't
neck?
replace it.
Wiggly as usual.
You've been saying that for weeks and the old girl still keeps cranking. Stop worrying.
Ah!
I gotta head into the office. You start whistling if you see any angry politicians coming our way.
Now, still good,
Is something
unfortunately.
wrong? Piper?
Yeah, she didn't talk to you much about the things, huh?
Extra, extra. Is your neighbor really human? We have the exclusive.
Oh. It's still fine. I'm a squid. My neck will be okay.
Free paper to newcomers. If the Institute grabs you in the night, at least we warned you.
Well, thank you.
Thanks, I guess.
I'm serious. The Institute takes people. You should read up if you're sticking around.
Alright.
I believe you. Thanks.
You're a real lost lamb in the wolf's den, lady.
Thank you so much. You have a good one, Nat. Ooh, a haircut.
Anyone is one of those things. It's that secretary of his, her and her perfect hair.
Kidnap me, please. I can't. Eyeballs, go to your horny corner.
hair myself, and I know human hair.
That's just it, Johnny. You wouldn't be able to tell the difference. If you nick McDonough with your razor, he'd bleed. Don't mean nothing.
Hey, who wants to look beautiful?
I want to look beautiful.
Across the Commonwealth.
I do.
Around here, we call your haircut the Scav Special.
Ah.
Little flecks of blood, give it a personal touch. You should
Okay,
think
okay.
about getting a trim.
I'm ready to be probed. I don't know if they do that.
Yeah, all right.
Just sit down, relax, and let the magic happen.
Thank you, John. I'm gonna take a sit then.
Hey, Solomon, you got anything to help me? Someone?
I clicked dark brown because that's what my actual hair color is. I'll go with brown just so you can see the difference. Go to your horny corner. Their esophagus goes through their brains, meaning if they eat food too big, they die. That's why I eat small things. My horny is too powerful for the corner. Oh my god.
Huh, interesting.
I love the idea that this will happen. You must be using the chunk jet with those tits, right? Ooh, the Parisian bob. Fuck that. No. I'm getting the extra hair done. Thank you.
I think you would look great with just a quick trim.
Could you trim up my doggo? No? Well, then I have to go. I love it. That's why I only eat small things. God bless it, you did it. Hold on. I looked angry for a second. Oh. Actually, there's one more if you go all the way up. Oh, really? Oh, hold on. Well, then I'm going to pay the 15 so I can do that. Get out of my way. I might need a... John, I need a haircut.
Hey there. I got an empty chair here just waiting for some beautiful customer to get a haircut.
All right.
All right, take a seat.
Taking the seat. Has 150 more quotes for me. Well, how long you been streaming for? Let's see. Sophisticate. Nice, nice. Wendy the Welder. Okay, that is that. Frazzled. No nonsense. Public Defender. Oh, that is very cute for a short haircut. Since 2016 or 2017. Alright. Stunning intellect. Love it. The Merc. Short crop. Unladylike. Ooh. Oh, I kind of like unladylike. Waist Maiden. Oh my god, it's Stitchy's haircut. Well, actually, hers is unladylike, but it's much longer. Stitchy really has an unladylike haircut. No, it's what it's called. Waste Maiden's kind of cute, though. Rude Ridge. Enlisted. Sound and Fury. You have some better quotes than me. That's fair. That's fair. Well, you're just smart, so. I remember that one. Okay, so what do we think? Waste Maiden or the So Sultry? Keep going. Well, that's all there is. Sound and Fury. That's it. That's the very, very top. My head is big. Is it at the bottom? I'll check the very bottom. The Elegance, what I had. And there was the Evening Out. With the little curl. Miss Noir. Agent X. No Apologies. And Picket Fence. Those are the ones at the very bottom. Were those the ones? The aborted got deported. Oh my god, that's one. One of your all-time faves. Oh yeah, there's one with a ribbon. I didn't see one with a ribbon at all. Do I just not have like enough of the? Because I got like Fairy Tales and Young at Heart, which I don't think have a ribbon. Oh, I don't think I have that one. We'll do Parisian, the Sultry for now. Aww. You know, for now. Talk about diabetes. Oh. Sorry, it doesn't look like I have that one yet. Maybe that's one I can, like, pick up later. Unless there's other places.
Don't mind my ma, she's...
You know. Ah, jeez.
Do yourself a favor and just say yes. It's all he understands.
Yes?
Oh, just noodle cups. Okay. Ooh. Ah, hold on, let me allow for that. That's not misogyny. I'm an emote slot whore. Yeah, that is. Maybe I didn't get the vanilla version. I don't know. That makes me sad. Because I want that now.
Don't be caught
Hey, there's a bar in the old theater district that's for
Protection
Raiders
from
only.
Commonwealth weaponry.
Combat zone.
I know that was
Stay
him.
clear if I was you.
Doctor says I can't drink liquor no more. Cola.
Need a Nuka-Cola. Well, I have one.
Hey, Sheffield.
Cola. Nuka-Cola.
Here you go.
Ah, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, go on. You okay?
Hey, Sheffield. What do you think about coming to work for me?
Really?
Yeah.
You mean it?
I do.
That's right.
I'm gonna send him to Sanctuary. He said, maybe 10 Pines. Because they don't have a whole lot of people yet. Hello. My wife's got a lovely booty. Good Lord, Apples, your quotes! I'm gonna send him 10 Pine.
Okay. I'll do it.
You can do it, Sheffield. I believe in you. Go on. You'll feel better. There's no liquor there. Sad.
Buy and sell everything to everyone, except synths. No synths allowed
Don't
here.
walk outside the wall undefended. High quality protection for sale.
Hello, my wife has it. He sounds like a beggar in Whiterun. Is that...
Ayaswara, the game changer!
Wanted. Bounties here. Ooh.
Newcomer, huh? Talk to Abbott at the wall if you want a history lesson.
Okay.
Word is, something bad went down in the old Museum of Witchcraft up near Salem. Why would anyone even go there?
I don't know.
It's been abandoned forever.
I'll take it. Open notice to anyone with a gun of ambition. Feral ghouls activity on the rise near Mass Pike Tunnel. They may not have much of the way of supplies, but they congregate near areas with good salvage. Okay, I'll take it. I probably won't do it for a bit. That's from Skyrim, right? One of my first quotes, and always my best.
Time for a pop quiz, everyone.
Aww. Mr. Zwicky, we had a pop quiz yesterday.
And we've learned a lot since then, so we're going to reinforce that knowledge with a little quiz.
But I'm tired.
I'm detecting a 9 degree of fatigue in all our little scholars. Perhaps the quiz can wait?
Oh, let's kill the baby. No!
All right, you guys win. We'll do the quiz later.
Yay!
This is kind of cute.
Do you know that radiation is why Brahmin have 2 heads? It's true.
It is. Hi.
Ah, a new scholar come to join us. Let's test your math.
Oh no, no.
What is 12 times 15?
Shit. 12 times 15. 12 times 15.
15 is 27.
12 times 15?
12 times 15?
Yes. Quick! Somebody do the math!
180.
Is it 180?
That's right.
Aha!
I see your parents
Thank you,
raised
everyone.
with respect for your education. Family. It is important, yes?
I love she's
This
French.
thing called love. I hear the children talk about. I think they need that to learn.
They do.
A child needs all the love you can give them.
Oh, please do not get upset. Why is it when I talk about these things there are
Thanks,
always
Siri.
tears? I have one more question before you leave. It's not another quiz. I don't get to talk to many adults.
That's okay.
This love I hear about, do you think you can have it for someone, even if the two of you are very, very different?
Yeah.
If you love someone, hold on.
I love that the kids are listening to me.
Tomorrow you might not have the chance.
Thank you. You have helped me make up my mind about something.
Water out in the Commonwealth,
Henry
you'll
and
get
Sally
sick.
had 4
That's what my friend
million
Shang
fruits,
told me.
and they cut them all up into 4 slices each. How many
Sorry,
slices
you're
would
in
they
the
have?
wrong place.
16.
This
That's
is a
easy.
school, not a store.
But what if Henry and Sally have 20 slices, but they only cut each mute fruit 4 times? How many mute fruits did they start?
My friends say outside smell. I started you don't smell at all.
Thanks, Pete.
And divide by 4.
Ain't you a little
5.
old to be in
They had
school?
5.
Shut up, security. I was just taking a look. God, why didn't you say something when I was here? Oh, Boo Boo, did you have fun today? Boo Boo got to go for a walk, and Boo Boo got to take a car ride back home because he got too tired.
Sometimes you gotta wonder, does anyone fight back? Institute has to have enemies, right?
What? You mean the railroad? Well, that's a fairy tale, man. They don't exist.
Nah, I heard from my cousin. He knows a guy that works for him. They got a code phrase and everything.
Walks for the Boo, yes.
What the hell is that supposed to mean? You're full of it, and that kind of talk is gonna get you smashed up by the sin.
Yes, glowing heart. It is Valentine. Yep, that is true, Apples. That is very true.
You know what shows up tomorrow?
What?
Do you know what shows up tomorrow?
What? Nuts?
Nuts box.
Nuts box. Yeah. I'm not sponsored by nuts.com, but we love their nuts. That's the only kind of nuts I love. Wink, wink. There's a commotion going on in the market. Is there? Oh, shit. Well, then hold on. I'll go check it out.
His time.
Eric, you still here?
Do you have your shirt?
You read the paper?
Yeah, damn Sips.
Hiding among us.
What's going on?
Yes, next door.
Is this the market? What's going on?
Want to go?
Where are people? What are things?
I just gotta run next door. Grab my shirt.
Aw.
Ready to go.
There's a lot of fruit. You think they'd let me take one? I'm gonna take a mute fruit. Maybe a tato. Just grabbing from the edgies. You won't even know they're gone. Oh my god, get out of the garden, dog meat! I'm gonna get us in trouble. Back where you came. Alright.
He's making sure that the whole
Oh,
garden
shit.
is safe. You're just checking quality.
I am. Oh.
Don't move! What have you done with the real Riley? Where's my brother?
I swear, I'm not a sin.
Oh, shit.
Don't shoot, for God's sakes, we're family!
Not sponsored. Hashtag please sponsor.
Put the gun down now.
He's a Sith! He'll kill us all! Kyle, no!
Okay, show's over. There are no synths in Diamond City. Hear me? Just you folks and your damn paranoia.
Hey.
Oh my god!
He pulled a gun on me. My own brother.
I'm so sorry.
What happened?
I'm not a Sith. I told him. I kept.
Oh my
telling
god!
him. Why didn't he listen?
I'm not a synth!
Oh,
okay.
I need a minute.
I'm very sorry. Oh my... You don't mind if I just, like... He's got razor grade. I really need that, okay? Okay. Oh god. Wow, that... Just gonna walk back now. Wow. Okay. Oh, ask the cop. Right, sorry. Blah, 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 blah.
Needs a haircut? Everyone needs a haircut. Step up.
Ah. Okay, I got this. Nope. This is the way. Duh, cop. Hi.
Officer?
I need you to step away, Scabbard.
I already took what I wanted.
I understand, officer. I just want to know what happened.
What, you didn't hear the shouting? Guy pulls a gun on his own brother, thinking he's a synth. It's that newspaper's fault. Got people all riled up, thinking their own family might be replaced by machines. Look, I'm sorry you got caught up in all this, but it's over, okay? Just go about your business.
I'm gonna eat a Skittle.
Happened. Better that way.
Officer.
Move along.
Officer.
Nothing to see here.
Excuse me.
My God. Kyle.
Okay, I kind of want to check this out.
Hello. Have you been here before?
I have not.
No, first time.
Thought so. Some ground rules. This isn't a charity. Clothes are for sale if you have the money.
Gotcha.
Otherwise, the door's right there.
You have some kind of problem with shoplifters?
Nothing me and my 10 gauge haven't been able to handle. Now that we understand each other, welcome to Fallon's.
I hear my dog knocking over things in the background.
Fallon's basement. Interesting name.
Yeah, it's ancient. There was a Fallon's here back even before the war. Granddad always said we had a tradition of quality and affordability. Guess affordability got too expensive for some folks. Damn thieves. And it ain't like Diamond City security helps.
Why doesn't Diamond City security help you?
My husband got taken, all right? By the Institute. Security wouldn't look into it. I raised a stink, and now I'm blacklisted.
Your husband was taken by the Institute.
My God.
Well, he ain't here anymore, that's for sure. Not like the Institute leaves a trail.
Are we sure?
Those damn synths.
Are we sure?
What's a synth?
You're joking, right? A synth. Those machine people the Institute builds. Some of them even look human. Enough you wouldn't know the difference. Lucky me, huh? The Institute takes my Charlie and doesn't even bother replacing
That makes me
him.
think that he's not taken.
What do you know about synths?
Just what I read in the papers. That the Institute builds them, and some even look human. So much you can't tell the real difference. Lucky me, huh? Institute takes my Charlie, doesn't even bother replacing him.
That sounds like he just left.
I've got a few minutes.
A paying custom.
Okay. Blood packs. Cafeteria trays. Ooh, well that's for robots. That's kind of nice. And I got the money. Yeah, that looks good. That's good. I think so. Yes. Very nice. Yeah, go ahead. I'm carrying too much and can't run. Well, wouldn't you know it, I can sell some of my stuff. Haha. Let's see. We're still thinking about that one. Alright, thank you. Dog's knocking over everything. Extra, extra! Read all about it! Squid's a synth! I'm not! Kaboom! My head blows up. That could be useful. A rad suit. Okay. I guess I could do that.
Plenty of clothing on the racks, if you're paying.
Yep, I am.
Let's see what you got.
Plenty of styles to choose.
By the way, very sorry. I don't know how you want me to address you. I don't know if it's just my bad vision or I can't quite read what your name is completely. Down with Synth Squid. Then what are you going to get? I'm going to buy the hazmat suit. Thank you. Actually, I need you to...
Miss?
Here for new clothes?
I am, if you...
Sure. Let's take a look.
Try this one on.
It's Fikri. Am I saying that right? Sell that. Sell that, so I can get some, you know, some of that. There we go. Okay, I got it. Okay, I'll try to remember that. Fikri. Fikri. I shall try. I do have a memory problem from my service, so if I get it wrong, you are free to tell me. All hail Stitchy. Okay, now we go see the detective. Valentine Detective Agency. Does this mean Stitchy was married to a synth this whole time? Oh yeah. Not so anti-synth, she wasn't okay for this. I'm good. Hi, excuse me.
Something wrong?
Another stray coming in from the rain.
There's no rain.
Afraid you're too late. Office is closed.
I know you must be busy, but I won't take much of your time, miss. It's important.
You're right. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be rude, but it's just... The detective. He's gone missing.
She's the one who told me we were synth. Well, you know.
Don't worry. I can help. Tell me what happened.
Nick was working a case.
My dog's
Skinny
ignoring me.
Malone's gang had kidnapped a young woman, and he tracked them down to their hideout in Park Street Station. There's an old vault down there that they use as a base. I told Nick he was walking into a trap, but he just smiled and walked out the door like he always does.
Ask for money. I'll do it.
I'll find him. You have my word.
I was replaced. No!
Nick should be easy to spot. He's always wearing that old hat and trench coat getup. Please, hurry.
Let me boop your nose. Let me boop your nose. Mukwa does not want me to boop her nose. She is not up for nose booping. Stitchy wants to stream. We just gotta come up with a... Ah, shit! Ah, I'm turning back. Imagine thinking you're not a synth to find out you're a synth. Why? Oh god, it is raining! Get me back in there! Oh my god. No, that was bad. Comic book on the desk. Probably this desk? Roboca-fun.
Excellent.
Nice. I'm gonna just... Can I take a nap? I can't. Do you have a couch or something I could borrow? Did you take a nap? Okay, your own too. Son of a biscuit. Well, I don't want to steal anything. I'm just gonna... I thought the dog was peeing. I don't know why. I'm just gonna wait like an hour or so. That's an ID crisis. Heck yeah. Steal it all. Not allowed. Can I sit and wait? Yeah. Sorry, let me... Just gonna... Okay, I guess I have to... Well, there's the Dugout Inn near the Diamond City main entrance where you came from. Okay. So...
Hub of trade for all Diamond City right here.
Oh, I think the rain stopped. Okay. Well, that's good.
Hey, swada can hit. Oh.
What? You got a staring problem?
What? You got an asshole problem?
Mentats, buff out, stim packs, jet, everything to even you out.
I thought they were kind of done for.
Ah, wear my hazmat suit. Oh, okay, that's a good reason to use it. All right, well, the clouds, blah 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 blah.
Rock out.
They cleared out. Excuse me, could I cook here? Could I please cook here? I just gotta go. So.
Don't bother, pal. I ain't seen nothing. I ain't heard nothing.
I don't care. I just want to cook.
Kill you. Relax with some cams.
Kind of sound like a mom. Don't forget your hazmat suit. Cancel. Hold on. Okay. We're good to go.
Chem I Care cares about you. All medicinal needs.
A new file to open. Do you have a legitimate medical concern?
I didn't.
Or is this about our facial reconstructive services?
Not interested.
Let me know if that changes.
Okay. That's
Hey,
some chopping.
Scaver. Got plenty of Brahmin meat on the hooks.
Why is everyone calling me a scaver?
Not today.
The fuck was that noise? Mom,
Believe
I
me
don't
with
want to
that
wear it.
Only one thing worth buying in the Dugout Inn.
No, too bad.
That's the booze.
Yeah, it's gotta eat. What can I say?
A real Diamond City boy eats at the noodle stand.
I wouldn't worry so much about the rad storm, but the hazmat does help the others that are heavily radioactive. Okay.
Hey, your copy of the public. We expose the truth behind the Institute. Selling papers is busy work, lady.
It is. Alright, so don't worry about the rad storms too much. Okay. Piper. Hi.
Glad you dropped by. You holding up, Blue?
What?
Why are you calling me that?
Cause you're a vault dweller? I know
What?
you're not wearing the blue jumpsuit right now, but the Pip-Boy and the fish out of water look, dead giveaways.
Oh.
So here's the deal. I want an interview.
Oh,
Your life story in print.
Okay.
I think it's time Diamond City had a little outside perspective on the Commonwealth.
Probably a good idea.
You do that, and I'll tell you what. I'll come with you. Watch your back while you get used to the world above ground.
Someone other than dog meat?
What kind of interview is this gonna be?
I ask you who you are, get your opinion on life out there, and maybe load up a few tough questions and keep it interesting.
Okay.
What do you say?
Sure.
All right, Piper. I'm in.
Good. Let's get down to business. So, I know you're from a vault. How would you describe your time on the inside?
We are frozen.
My family and I were frozen. I didn't spend much time in the vault.
Wait.
Yeah.
They boxed you up in a fridge?
Yeah.
The whole time? Are you saying you were alive before the war?
Yep.
Yes. I'm over 200 years old.
Oh my god. The woman out of time.
Oh, we already got a title.
So, you've seen the Commonwealth, Diamond City. How does it compare to your old life?
It's shitty.
Honestly, seeing everyone surviving out here, rebuilding the world, it gives me hope.
That's surprisingly inspired, Blue. We're definitely quoting
I
that.
fucking hope
now,
so.
I already know you're looking for your son, Sean. Do you suspect the Institute was involved in his kidnapping?
I don't know.
No one ever does. That's what makes them so scary. For the last part of our interview, I'd like to do something different. I want you to make a statement to Diamond City directly. The threat of kidnapping is all but ignored in the Commonwealth. Everyone wants to pretend it just doesn't happen. What would you say to someone out there who's lost a loved one but might be too scared or too numb to the world to look for them?
Get revenge.
You can only take it one day at a time. Just keep going. That's all anyone can do.
We're all just doing what we have to, huh? I think my readers can relate to that. That's everything. It's gonna take some time to put this all together, but I think your story is gonna give Diamond City plenty to talk about.
Oh, well, thanks.
Anyway, I agreed to come with you, right? Watch your back. Just say the word when you're ready.
Do we take her with us?
Wait to see where the story goes next.
Do we take her with us, or do we? Oh, Moo Moo. Shh. Quiet down, Moo Moo. Sorry, there's some barking going on. Mukwa is my, we talked about Boo, or Regal. He is my, my 4-year-old, hush, Moo Moo, 4-year-old, St. Bernard Pit Bull mix. And Mukwa is our 1-year-old, Pomeranian. Meaning she'll be your new companion, plus you can build up a relationship with her. Oh, okay. Should we take her? Oh, something might have just gotten delivered here. Hold on a sec. Just, I'm go kind of brainless for a second if you want to listen to some music. I'm believing in you, chat, to tell people that, we'll be right back, okay? Yes, my delivery got here. And my model ragdolls. I know, right? My arms are off. What? No! I don't really have an actual dog of the month right now, but if you want, I can get a picture up for the 2 dogs. If you'd like. I'm gonna look for a good picture and I can post it up on stream. Hey. Hey, Moo Moo. Trying to find a good picture of both of them. They do like to snuggle, so you'd think I'd be able to find one. Harumph. I'll find a good one of Moo. Let's see. All right. Send in there. Okay, had to make sure that I wasn't unmuted or muted. Okay. Let me get some pictures open. What the hell? I'm supposed to be asleep and it's 3 a.m. in Malaysia. Oh my goodness. I gotta take a snooze. It was nice talking to you. Well, thank you so much. Shh. Hope you sleep well, and I hope to see you again sometime soon, Free. Okay? Thank you so much for being here. I have... but bit on... Oh, a bug bite under your knee. Ow, I hate those. Hold on, let me show y'all real quick something. Alright. Let me see. Boop. So here's Mukwa. when she was at the Ren Fair. And yeah, this is her in the Ren Fair in her little cart. And here is Boo. I think that was from Mardi Gras or New Year's. So that's my babies. Look at them there. Look at how cute they are. Cutie patooties. And that's my babies. Alright, I can close these now. Just making sure Boar's doing okay. What's up there, T?
Just seeing what you're doing.
Oh, I'm playing Fallout, but I just had to... People wanted a picture of the doggos. And I didn't have a dog of the month up yet, which I will. Don't worry, Wolfie. It's only been 6 days into the month. I'll make sure. Alright. Well, you know what? We could...
Nothing stays hidden forever. At least, not if I have my say.
You know what, Piper?
Piper.
Come with me.
Heading my way?
Yeah, why not? Come travel.
You sure you want to travel with me?
Well, it's that, or get back to writing the paper.
Hi, Momo.
I guess the paper can wait.
Sure, let's go.
Will do.
Oh.
Oh, sorry, boy. Time for you to head home.
Yeah, you gotta go home, back to Sanctuary. Alright, let's go.
It's big, loud, full of corrupt officials and brown-nosing citizens.
Goodbye, dog meat. I love you. Oh, elevator here. Toot 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 toot. We having a real great time. It's kind of a very cool idea is to have a whole city inside of like a giant ballpark. It's very nice. Okay. Well. I don't know where this is going, but this is where it's telling me to go. Bop, 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 elevator music. How you doing, Moo? Yum, 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 yum. Oh, she doesn't want me to boop her nose. Ah, the horrors. A baby who doesn't want her nose booped. Was that a hard piece of food for you? Chomp, chomp, chomp. I hope everybody has made sure to take their meds and to get something to nosh on. I actually forgot this morning to take mine, so I gotta find them and take them. Are you it? Yes, you are! I got some. Ow. The trashy tits? No! Why are you saying no? I've been in this elevator for a while.
Heads up.
Something you need?
Your thoughts?
Hard to believe I'm roaming with my
own pre-war relic. Fun ride. Hi.
I'm just the gate guard. If you need anything, you need to talk to the mayor.
Where the heck am I going then? Pin them to walls, my god. Okay, hold on. Oh. Okay. Alright, I see. I see. Look at this face. Look at it. No lights on. But beautiful. Look at that baby. If I could zoom in more, I would. Ba 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 ba. We gotta find a teddy bear for little dog meat to play with.
Looking for Diamond City? Just follow the sign.
Am I looking for Diamond City? Do you see me? I'm still waiting for Chapter 5 of Tamberland. What's that? Are you... Good lord, are you okay, Piper? Or are you just gonna run full speed like that the entire time? You're gonna get tired.
Not see here.
Okay. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba. If I haven't asked anybody, I hope your day is going well, and if you want to talk about it, you can. It's not all Fallout. I'm sorry, Wild Mongrel.
We're not alone here.
Yep, we're not.
Who's there?
That would be dogs, ma'am. Oh, shit! Just fucking yeeted itself. Weapons, please.
Free for the taking.
It is very free for the taking. Ba 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 ba. Aw, I can't open this. Hi, Momo.
What the fuck was that?
Hey, something's out there. Here's trouble!
Shit's got it. All over. In person. Now, move out in the open.
You're fine, Piper. You're okay. It's fine. Go ahead, reload. Get your head back out. What the fuck blew up? Shit. Piper, where are you? Oh my god, what a waste of bullets. Wait, where the hell is Piper? Piper? And what smells like celery? Oh god, Piper.
Need some cover fire over here.
If we're gonna dance, let's dance.
Why do they always gotta be a dick? Oh, it's an online comic. Okay, okay.
Can't open it from this end.
Well.
God damn it, I need covering fire.
There gotta be a way in.
You made a mistake. Now you pay for it. You got a line on him?
I do not. We should unfortunately probably head on. Well, I hope your online comic comes out soon. The fuck was that? Just her boom 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 boom. That's bam 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 bam. Ah, delicious. Tina, are you making something with celery?
What?
Are you making something with celery? I can smell that nasty vegetable.
I'm telling you.
Oh, it's even worse. Ugh.
Crew was the best decision ever. Look at this.
Ugh.
I
Nasty.
Still say Malone's weak. We caught that detective snooping around, and what does he do? Locks him up. Like he ain't got the balls to just kill him.
Well, don't let his new girl hear that. She'll start swinging that bat of hers at your face until there ain't no face left. What?
Where'd they go?
Nah, we got him. Well, don't get in front of my gun! Oh my god, really? Okay, time to get some aid. I did ice him. Yeah, arm's fine. It's fine. Okay, not so fine. Butt chops. And a little stimmy pack. Well, I can wait. Come on, poke your head back out. Jeez. Oh, Twitch didn't send my message because it was too long. Oh. Well, then come poke your ass back out again. I'll tickle your ass again. Ah, feck. That's what you get. You good, Piper? Oh, good. You're okay.
Anything I can do? You just say the word.
Yeah, you think about that. Twitch didn't send my message because it was too long. Oh my goodness. Moldy food. Ew. What you doing there, Tina? Is Tina gonna answer me? No, she ain't. Cap stash. Nothing. Subway token. Heck yeah, why not? And a hot plate. And a hot plate! Purchase tickets. Function terminated. They've been shut down. Okay. Notice. Terminal shut down. Purchasing of subway tokens for the station automatically cease on 2/11/77 to coincide with the station closing. Okay. Employee notice. Dear Employee ID, I regret to inform you that your station, Park Street, will be closing due to a purchase agreement with Vault-Tec Corporation. As such, we will be going through our records and redistributing our many valued employees to other stations and your departments. The automated system should identify your new location. You've been relocated to Employee Terminated. Oh, well, that's bullshit. Ah, sorry, he looked alive for a second. I was gonna be like, what the fuck? Dargan Master! Hey, how you doing? Thank you so much for following the squad, because a group of squids is called a squad. Hope you're having a great time. If you feel like talking, how you doing today? Oh, before we go, I want to check out the other parts of the station before we leave. Could be something cool. Like a Gwent Pilsner. Ew. Oh, enamel bucket. Ew. Braxo cleaner. Oh shit! Okay. Yep, that'll do it. Hey, a plastic pumpkin. Excellent. Alright, off we go. Off we go. Hopefully nothing else blows up on me. You know what? We're gonna take a nap. Just a little nap. Ah, big stretch. Alright, we go. I was like, that was too easy of a turn. Hold on, let's see. Hey, I'm good. Watching Sonic Heroes Adventure 2 Hero Story, real-time fan dubbed. Wow, that's pretty cool. I have a friend who's really into Sonic lore. What are you, idiot? Maybe! Piper, do not go down. Piper, we talked about this. Piper! Alright, let me deal with this then. Oh, that was a shit shot. It's a lot of bullet holes. It is a lot, and just like, you're ruining your good suit. Alright, let me try a new gun. Boo-boo, I see you. I see you, boo-boo. He's trying to get around. Oh, don't lick Piper. That's nasty. She's on the ground. Come on. Thank you, Boo. Is that a friend? A current corn-loving yellow hedgehog? Maybe. We don't need to call her out. Oh, don't rub me out. That's the worst terminology you could take from the 20s. Is everyone dead? No. Yep, fine. Cranking my gun like I'm cranking butter. Sorry, I was in ads. What were we saying? I was saying yes. Any chances a short bottom yellow hedgehog? Perchance. Little bit of rads. Little bit of rads never hurt nobody. Except the ghouls.
Going to waste otherwise.
It is. And we gotta, you know, gotta take care of that. Again, like she says, otherwise it's going to waste. Eboo. Oh, I was like, did I find dust? Dr. Eggman peeing on the moon. God, what kind of a meme is that? Ooh, boo. Shh. You don't need to boof so much. People believe you. You're a wonderful pupper. They believe you. Let's see. Right, this is the broken terminal. Alright, hey Piper, we're going this way. Yeah. Things seem kinda splody.
What was that? I wonder if this is normal for other journalists.
Yeah, probably not. He's coming closer. What are we going to do?
Lost him.
I got him. What a way to go. He's got a sweet roll. I got a sweet tooth for that sweet roll. Pip-boy! Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. I wonder what this vault was all about. 114. Hey, you wanted to go in a vault, right, Piper?
You what?
Blue, we're not alone here.
Hey!
I know, but I have to crank my own gun. Give me a break. Come on.
You to take the fall.
You picked on the wrong people today.
Why am I not able to fucking see him?
Long throw.
Did I? Nibbles sparkly hair. Aw, we're gonna crank them like you crank your cucumber. I don't crank any cucumbers, thank you very much.
Enjoy your coffee.
Hey! How many are you cranking? Wait, you know, I don't want to know. I'll get an honest answer. Ah, broke my bobby pin. Got it.
Nice.
Piper liked that. You liked me taking stuff? I don't understand. Why do you like that? Oh, I need somebody to explain. Piper. Have you taken your medication today? What the hell's up with this vault? Well, Radaway. MedX. Excellent. Well, let's check out the vault terminal. I'll crank your cucumber if you ask nicely. I don't have cucumbers, apples. Get out of here. Welcome, employees. Greetings. After many months of preliminary construction, we are pleased to welcome members of the technical and scientific staff to the newest addition to the Vault Tech family, Vault 114. Like you, we are excited to get started on our latest endeavor, but we're not quite ready to open that great big gear door to our new residence yet. As you've probably noticed, we've contracted outside of Vault Tech for construction on this one, since it's utilizing a unique space. By repurposing the former Park Street subway station, we'll be seeing a decrease in building costs, as well as a shorter timeline for construction. This fits perfectly with the Vault's observational studies, which will be revealed in a future memorandum. However, because of this, you'll be seeing a lot of civilian traffic until construction is fully completed. It's up to you to help maintain the security of Vault 114 and its experiments from prying eyes without proper clearance. Loose lips sink ships, of course. They also result in immediate termination and possible criminal investigations. Once again, welcome, Vault Tech Management. She can pick my lock. Oh, she likes lockpicking. Oh, okay. That was kind of funny. So for the science staff only. Warning, this memorandum is meant for members of the Vault 114 Science Division only, or those with an appropriate security clearance, SL4 or above. All others must exit this terminal immediately and report your infraction to the Overseer or a member of Vault Tech Security. Thank you. Social Science Division. As mentioned in your briefing, Vault 114 will be hosting high-ranking members of local and state government, local luminaries, business people, and their families. Future members are aware that they will be cohabitating solely with the others of the upper class. However, the luxury aspect of this vault has been highly exaggerated to future residents. Multiple families, chosen randomly, will live and sleep in single-room apartments. Dining and bathing will be in shared quarters, and amenities will be minimal. In addition, we are currently interviewing for the overseer position from many candidates. Our goal is to find someone with no supervisory or government experience, and hoping with a strong anti-authoritative bias. I'm lonely, okay? Aww. Do you want uppies, apples? I'm sorry. Here, you want a smooch? Smooch right on top of your forehead. Human Resources tells us that the interview process has been vetted many viable candidates. By taking away the luxury and authority these groups saw in the surface life, we hope to study their reaction in stressful situations. As such, please do not undermine the new Overseer's authority at all during the experiment, even and especially if it may cause physical discomfort, embarrassment, or harm to residents. Thank you, Vault to pick. The uppies! Yay! Give the uppies. All right, ready? You ready? You ready for the uppies? And uppies! Yay! You there! You're so high above. All right, good uppies. Seriously, I gotta look into some uppies arm movements. Why did I take a Vault Tech suit? What's wrong with me? Exactly. Oh, wee! Boo-boo! Thank you! Requires key.
Excuse me!
They are so woofy. Very woofy today. Bobo? Are you done? Oh, Jesus, you're right there. Okay.
So I got a question. Why the hell would anyone build a vault out of a subway station? This place is like the opposite of airtight.
Because they weren't planning to use it, you moron. We used to pull this kind of gun all the time back before the war. Get a bunch of union boys to work some construction job that would go nowhere. Keep everyone on payroll.
Hey!
Listen. I understand the uppies. As a... We did show him. You know, I'm too big. You know what? That's fair. It's understandable, but you know what? We are underwater, so you are liftable. My dog only barks at cats because she does not know what they are. You know what? My dog still barks at cats, but he thinks that's because, he thinks that's how you play. And we know that's not how you play. He was raised by very small dogs, so he thinks that he is also a very small dog. Boo is not a very small dog. There is no shame for want of uppies. Your dog barks at air. Give me enough time to pump my gun.
Hey, something. I see you. They're back.
Yeah, they're back. I know.
Wouldn't want to be in your shoes. Good riddance.
We've gotten snowfall of 25 inches. Boo sounds like a small dog. Hold on, hold on. Let me... This is Boo. Look at this baby. Look at these big old baby face. Look at him. Look at him, look at you. This is Boo. He is our 4-year-old St. Bernard pit bull mix. Snow is taller than the dog. Oh no. Boo is a big boy. He is not a small dog. He understands that somewhat, but then when he thinks he's interacting with other dogs, aw, Max is so cute. Boo is... He a chunky boy. He a chunky big boy. One sec. I can still carry Boo around like a puppy. Aw, that sounds cute. He'd enjoy that. He likes pretending that he's, you know, he's a small baby. He likes that.
Shadows now. Get back to work.
And we hidden. We just walking. Nobody can fault us for walking. Could you stop making so much noise? Kind of like his hat.
Ours now.
It is. Check animal pics on Discord. Okay. Only because it's you. Alright, let's see. Animal pics on Discord. Aw, that baby. Aw. I gotta get a dog of the month picture. So I gotta think of something.
It's like we're old excavators go to die.
It kinda does. Max is a cutie.
What was that?
It's a triggerman. What do you think it is? But he's got a bat, so... Oh, that one doesn't have a bat! That one is a gun. Oh. Just gonna have a little bit of squirrel on a stick. Take your cram. Mine is, because mine is Shita's and her name is Bonnie. Aw.
Lost.
Oh, you have a Shih Tzu? Come on, look back out. Look back out. Come on. My mother-in-law had a Shih Tzu.
You got some fight left in ya?
Nope, not at all. Do these connect? They probably connect. They do.
Aye. Well, fee-fi-fo-fuck.
Fee-fi fuck yourself. Oh. Instamash. Blamco.
I'm out, and I'll do you quick.
I don't want you to do me. Don't do me at all, okay? Ooh, these are some nice pictures. Shit! Kick his ass!
Now I'm mad.
Excellent. FIFA fuck yourself. Okay, I'll put that on there. Only 'cause you asked, Apples. It helps if I click on things when I'm typing. Boom. It was very quotable and funny. Well, thank you. I like to think I'm funny. Whoop. Alright. Not taking that. Oh. Hello, Vault-Tec. Is it the same thing? Yeah, it's not the same thing. This thing is loud. They did. What does that even mean? Crank your car like you crank your meat. That's neither a car nor my meat. Oh. It was the long dark, so I was probably yelling about it, sending me a moose. You know, when I was not ready for a moose. That kind of thing. I was given quite a moosin' that day. Much moosin'. Many much moosin'. Got Dino, and that's it. Okay.
How you doing in there, Valentine? Feeling hungry? Want a snack?
Keep talking, meathead. It'll give Skinny Malone more time to think about how he's gonna bump you off.
Don't give me that crap, Valentine. You know nothing, you got nothing.
Really? I saw him writing your name down in that black book of his. Lousy, cheating cart.
Did you know there's actually a cowboy who trained moose to be his mount? I've known a lot of people who trained, like, cows to be them. That's pretty cool, though. Minnesota's the discount Alaska. Listen, we don't want to talk about it, but yes.
Exact words. Then he struck the name across 3 times.
3 strikes? In the black book? But I never... Oh, no. I gotta smooth this over fast.
Hey, you!
Hi.
I don't know who you are, but we got 3 minutes before they realize muscles for brains ain't coming back. Get this...
I'm working on it! Greeting, false citizen. Please take a number. Your number is 998. Please wait until your number is called. The overseer will be with you. Hey, hi, Nick. We gotta go. What the...
Gotta love the irony of the reverse damsel in distress scenario.
Yeah.
The question is, why did our heroine
you robot.
risk life and limb for an old private eye?
What are you?
Told you, I'm a detective. Look, I know the skin and the metal parts ain't comforting, but it's not important right now.
Isn't it?
The only thing that matters is why you went to all this trouble to cut me loose.
My baby's missing. His name's Sean.
I feel weird looking at me without glasses.
He was kidnapped, but I don't know who took him or where they went.
Missing kid, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you came to the right man, if not the right place.
True.
I've been cooped up in here for weeks. Turns out the runaway daughter I came here to find wasn't kidnapped. She's Skinny Malone's new flame.
Oh.
And she's got a mean streak. Anyway, you got troubles, and I'm glad to help. But now ain't the time. Let's blow this joint. Then we'll talk.
No one wants to see your private eye. Maybe I do. Oh, hello.
Excellent.
Malone's crew here used to be small time. Muscled out.
Hi, what's up, Boo?
This is Vault-Tec interview number 03 for the position of Overseer for Vault 114. Interview subject, Benjamin Beasley. Mr. Beasley, as Overseer of Vault 114, how would you settle a disagreement between two of your Vault residents?
Well, I would obviously take it through the proper channels, assuming neither of their requests were against the law, of course. This is, of course, assuming that the conflict had already gone through all the other members of the Vault's Residence Council. That
sounds
plan
like
on organizing.
Winnie the Pooh.
Vault Residence Council, you say?
Yes, of course. People need government. They yearn for it. I think it's a civic duty of every red-blooded American patriot to serve the...
Yes, I think we have everything we need here. Thank you for your time.
Oh, already? Well,
Yeah.
I look forward to hearing from you soon.
Yes, I'm sure you will.
I'm sure you will.
Please make sure to fill out your non-disclosure agreement on your way out.
Greetings, Overseer. I hope this message finds you well and your move into your new position has been an easy transition. Your appointment as Overseer came with high recommendations from our interviewers, and we believe you will be the perfect fit, and that everyone believes you to be. Please do not be nervous, as we have chosen you based on your natural qualities, decision-making skills, and unique personality. We believe that you possess innate abilities as a leader that will bring this vault into the new world nuclear war creates. So don't worry, just go with your gut and everything will work perfectly. What the fuck? When did silly old bear get in this game? But yeah, it just sounds like him, doesn't it? What is this? Big old vase. It's a nice vase, right? Dish rag. Yeah, I can listen to those later. We can go. It's a nice looking vault.
Hold on, I hear some of them coming. There they are. How do you want to play this?
What?
Job is to check on the prisoner. Why does that take so fucking long, huh? Hey, Dino, quit razzing that detective and get down here. Where the heck is he?
It's a poo from Blood and Honey.
What?
Hi. Sorry. Yeah, this thing's loud. Sorry.
I put you on ice. Someone's coming.
Does everybody talk like they're from the 20s?
You and that kind of smoke dead.
Yeah, poke your head up.
You imagine you'd go?
You just saw somebody get nuclearly bolted there, and you want to take the same place? Excuse me, what'd you call me? What do you think you call me?
I'll be doing the world a service.
Underestimate us again.
They will not. Oh. Come on and get up there, Piper.
I can carry something if you need me
Okay, well, you can also grab stuff if you so find it. You know, just putting that out there. Whoa! Yeah. Boo, are you seriously just moving my sandals around? You silly Bo Peep. Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey was really bloody, as the name would suggest. Hold on.
Hard and loud, huh? Well, it gets the job done.
It do.
Whoever cleans up the floors.
Well, you know what? I don't think anybody is gonna be staying here for a bit, so, you know, I think we might be a-okay. Thinking. Just thinking. Are these showers? Do they have clean water in them? Because that would be awesome. You know, non-irradiated stuff. Sorry, just checking things out. Ooh, rat away. Thank you. Very nice. Very nice. Ooh, these are like the bathrooms I had at boot camp. Sorry. Totally
This door's
focused.
on the fritz. Let me see if I can get it open.
Yeah, go ahead.
Almost got it. There we are. Hell of a lot easier to do when the lock isn't on the other side.
That's true, that's true. Kills his friends, but not Piglet. Oh, God. What happened to Piglet?
Hey, time's attack.
How dare you?
Come on. You don't have to do this.
We do not. Ah, damn, I took that. I wasn't supposed to do blah, 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 blah. I actually didn't want to do that.
Well, here's a,
Ha!
unexpected
Guess it was
bit of-
cutting
I thought the
after all.
lifts in Diamond City were fancy.
Got nothing.
Oh, fight!
Really want this to be the last month we see?
He's got a point.
Enjoy your coffee. Now, that's one way to get there.
Get the coolant pumping. That's adorable. Piglet helped Pooh oh my goodness.
Good.
The ink spots? Maybe. I mean, the song's called Maybe. I mean, it's definitely, it's for sure the ink spots.
Nice.
Nice pair of cement shoes for ya.
More stairs? Who built this damn fall to fit? This instructor?
I love that.
Something. Stay away, huh?
You never just want to
Think you know the score?
Anyone who walk away.
Oh, she's gonna really like this. You know, all advanced lockpicking.
Got it.
She did like that. A tuxedo. Fancy. Oh my god! I found the vault. The vault's vault.
Won't be able to pick this.
Aww. Well, that's poop. Is there a teddy bear here? I know that we were looking to pick up a teddy bear. But it doesn't look like they've got any teddy bears here. Whiskey. I don't need whiskey. I need a teddy bear.
Skinny Malone and the rest of his boys are waiting for us somewhere. The name's, ironic, but don't let that fool you. He's dangerous. Another locked door. Shouldn't be too hard. Okay, I got it. But I hear big fat footsteps on the other side. Once we...
Hold on. Check in. Remind them to line up in an orderly fashion. Change into vault suits immediately. Save all questions for orientation. Okay. Could do that. So residency, A1. Linen family, Sean. Wife Martha. Sons John and Mitchell. Flattery family, Michael. Wife Joan. Daughter Elizabeth. Presley family, Jenna. Husband Richard. Okay. Residency A2. O'Malley family, Mitchell. Wife Jennifer. Son Robert. Daughter Ellen. Can't talk. Infant. Baker family. Ralph. Fiance Sarah. Dog Spike. Do not allow. Allow Spike. Allow Spike. Yancey family. Marie. Wife Amy. Sons Jimmy and Ronnie. Allow the dog. B2. Madison family. Bill. Wife Belinda. Daughters Jean, Mary, and Melissa. Smith family. Sean. Wife Molly. Son Paul. Daughter Stephanie. Infant. Residency B3. O'Brien family. Kevin. Wife Megan. Sons Ryan, Brandon, Logan. Daughters Molly, Ann, Kayla, Brianne, and infant. And then Todd Gates bachelor.
You step through this door, get ready for anything.
I'm ready. I'm a quick save, but I'm ready. Justice for Spike, exactly. Justice for Spike! Roar. Stretch. As a reminder, if you do ! Donate, what are you doing? You can go ahead and donate to the It Gets Better project. I know we've already reached our goal, but if we get a little further, we can do another 12-hour stream. My 12-hour stream is set for next week. What the fuck is Spike? Spike was the dog that they said not to allow into the vault.
Shoot up my guys? You have any idea how much this is gonna set me back?
I wouldn't be here if it weren't for your two-timing dame, Skinny. You ought to tell her to write home more often.
Oh, poor little Valentine. Ashamed you got beat up by a girl. I'll just run back home to Daddy, shall I?
Should've left it alone, Nikki. This ain't the old neighborhood. In this vault, I'm
probably as a
castle.
mutant.
You hear me? And I ain't letting some private dick shut us down now that I finally got a good thing going.
I told you we should have just killed him! But then you had to get all sentimental.
Sentimental?
All that stupid crap about the old times.
Darla, I'm handling this. Skinny Malone's always got things under control.
Oh, yeah? Then what's this lady doing here, huh? Valentine must have brought her here to rub us all out.
Darla, listen to me. You have a home to go back to.
Why is Harley Quinn here?
You
I don't know.
throw your life away with these thugs?
You're right! What am I doing?
Piper liked that.
I've gotten all mixed up.
You've gotten all mixed up.
Where are you going?
Home, Skinny. Where I should have been all this time.
Can you leave that dress? It is really pretty.
For us.
Oh, come on, Nikki. You cost me my men, now you and your friend cost me my girl?
My friend here just did you a favor,
I did.
Skinny. You always did have bad taste in women. Now that she's not around to feed that temper of yours, maybe you'll see sense and let us walk. You still owe me for 2 weeks in the hole.
You smug, overconfident ass. Get out of here! All right, you get to the count of 10. I still see your face after that. I'm gunning both of you down.
You better get out of here, fast.
Okay.
1, 2.
Oh shit, it's this way.
3.
Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit.
4.
Fuck.
5.
I'm running. Fucking run, my dude. I don't want him to see that. I don't want him to see me. Oh, you're going that way. That's fine. I'll meet up with you. Shut up, Skinny. Blender your meat. Nah, that sounds terrible. 1, because blenderized meat, not good. Chop chop. Ooh. Yeah, it's fine. He'll meet us up top. Whoa. Nuka-Cola. Have a nuke. What's over here? Actually, I didn't look over here. What's over here? Nothing much. I want a nap. No, I don't need a nap. My titties are down! Boar, are you streaming? Aren't you streaming? You're not. You're not streaming. Thank you for letting me know about my titties. Let me fix them for her real quick. You can't hear it, but I can. Apparently that did... What the feckin'? Mah! You was done. Well, I am happy to have you here, Boar. How was the rest of stream?
What a bunch of junk.
I know, Piper. God. And the stuff's not too good either. Hew, 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 hew. Your computer be cursed. I know. But I could hear it. It was good. That's good to hear. I have to, it's not gonna be fun. I have to, like, put OBS into default and then redo everything. Hopefully that will fix it. So, yeah. That's gonna be fun. Yeah, that's what we're hoping. Because we tried it on Streamlabs OBS and it worked. So, hopefully. You use Streamlabs OBS? Don't you dance at me, sir. I don't want to use it. It's all weird. I don't know how to use it now. I just found an instant regret. And there was a cow on the roof. Wait, what? What are you talking about? What's going on? Dargan Master, what's going on over there? Sorry, I'm shifting my foot to try to, like, stretch my leg out before it cramps. Stretch it. Stretch it. Wait, do you use Streamlabs or Stream Elements OBS? Either way. Because I thought you said you did Stream Elements OBS. Yeah. Oh, you found a video with a cow on the roof. Aw, poor cow. Unlikely Valentine. Alright. What's this? Oh, right. I guess I... Wait, do we have Valentine with us, or are we just... What? I don't know. Is the cow okay? Tell me the cow's okay. Oh, the rain's not too bad here. Okay. Wow. I think it was just chilling. Oh, well, that's good. Oh, wait, I'm walking away from it. Whee! You know, I'm just gonna fucking teleport. When enemies are nearby. Ah, biscuit.
You are so dead!
Found them and they do not look friendly.
Asshole.
Better in our hands anyway.
Very much better in our hands. Nope, toy car. I need a stuffed animal. Army fatigues. Nope. For some reason, a pelican can eat other birds. They gotta do what they got to survive.
you sure about this?
What?
I am not a normal girl.
What?
My dear, you're perfect. I only wish I had realized that sooner.
Yes!
Then by the power invested in me, I pronounce you man and wife.
That's so
All these
sweet.
years, I never realized how much she meant to me until
I
she
think
said
I know what
something.
this love is now.
Oh!
Edna?
I am so
Oh, it's so beautiful. So
Who's
beautiful.
really in control of Diamond City? Read the public. You can't stop the press.
I don't want to.
Hey, Nat.
Hey, lady, that interview you did with Piper is really selling. Here's your free copy.
Thank you. View from the vaults. There's 3 parts? Good lord. View from the vault. Part 1. Ah, it's all beautiful. Whenever I take a walk through Diamond City, there are so many things people tell me to be grateful for. Purified water, working lights, electricity, security. True. What would we have been unthinkable even a few decades ago? But it's easy to forget that, even after all the progress we made. We are still living in the shadow of a world that was a world before the threat of radiation, before the super mutant and the feral ghouls and the synth. As so fortune often has it, I cross path with Squid, Vault Dweller, a person who's experienced the Commonwealth for the first time. What would her fresh set of eyes say about how far we've come? Is Diamond City the great green jewel we've always claimed it to be? Before we begin to answer that question, we have to know who Squid is, where she comes from. To my surprise, she didn't have much to say about her life in the vault at all, because she spent all that time staring at a piece of frozen glass every day for over 2 centuries. That's right. Squid just isn't a vault dweller. She's an original vault dweller. She spent her entire time on the inside, cryogenically suspended. I love it. So what does Squid have to say about seeing Diamond City for the first time? Ow! Dargan, what? Don't throw things. Honestly, seeing everyone surviving out here, rebuilding the world, it gives me hope. Hope. When was the last time someone in our city talked about the hope that wasn't some politician fishing for points in the next election, making empty promises at the wall? But our outsider hasn't let the cynicism of our strange world get the better of her. This is all the more remarkable because for the reason she came to the Commonwealth. You see, Squid has a son, Sean, and even though they were in the relative safety of a vault, someone broke in and took Sean from his parent, and that parent is now risking everything, wandering through this strange and unfriendly world of ours in order to save Sean from his kidnappers. We all know the rumors and whispers that surround every missing person in Diamond City, the guilty looks we pass to mourning family members as we thank the wall that this time it wasn't us. You can end up dead in the Commonwealth for a million reasons. Why spend our time worrying about kidnappings? Why indeed? It's easy for us to be cynical about the missing. We've spent so long knowing the Institute is out there, but knowing so little about them, they're not the only ones responsible for kidnappings, but the fact that they sometimes are, and the fact that we have been so powerless to stop them when they do, causes us to treat all victims of kidnappings as if they're a lost cause. But the people left behind, those loved ones, friends, and neighbors who may never see the faces of those taken from them again, they do not have the luxury of being able to just look away. They have to carry that loss with them, even if everyone else tells them to move on and forget. I asked Squid to make a statement to Diamond City, to give us an outsider perspective on what it means to lose a loved one, how he feels. What? No. Maybe, in some way, it's how we should all feel. Maybe we've forgotten the right human response to these tragedies. You can only take it one day at a time, she said. Just keep going. It's all anyone can do. Zeta invaders? What? Oh no! Not the cow! Oh no! Last life. Ah, shit, no! New high score. Quit the game, yes. That was fun.
Everyone needs a haircut. Step up.
Look alive.
You look like you could use a pick-me-up.
Oh, thanks for the gumdrops.
I just wanted to check in. Make sure things were all right between us.
I guess I'm still on the fence. Show me you want to make lives better out here. Then we'll talk.
Okay.
That was all I had.
Sure.
Hey, you're in the paper, right? You're 200 years old?
Yeah.
Looking pretty good for your age, huh?
Thank you.
No skull in the league can withstand a swatter.
Ooh, can I get a minute? Something I need to do.
Wait, what? Hold on.
Mind if I ask you a quick question?
We got
Tell
small
me,
arms,
are you
long
worried
arms.
about
Hey, you're that vault dweller
isolation of Diamond City's
from the
name?
paper.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, Piper, I am. But I ain't buying your lousy newspaper.
Oh,
Oh,
I ain't
darn.
telling you how to pick your friends.
Trash Panda!
The Piper's kind of
I miss you! You okay, Piper? That was kind of rough. That was hurty. Come on. Why must you be awake normal hours and not in the dead of night? Listen, I don't know why. Because I miss things that happen in the day if I do it that way. Sorry, apparently your dude ain't back yet. Mother trucker. Hold on. I mean, we got him. That's fair. I'm excited because I pre-ordered Assassin's Creed Mirage that comes out in October. What is that one about? Like, I haven't kept up with the Assassin's Creed series in a while. Look at this pen. It's beautiful. Isn't it neat? Rawr. But what are you doing awake at this time, Trash Panda? How Fallout? I think it's pretty good. It's much better now that my computer can actually run it and it's not all zippity-doo-dah, you know? Why are you over here?
Ah, look at that Commonwealth sky. Never thought anything so naturally ominous could end up looking so inviting. Thanks for getting me out. How did you know where to find me?
I just woke up. It's like
many people knew
4.
where I
It's not
went.
that early. I guess that's true.
Your secretary, Ellie. She sent me.
She did?
Mm-hmm.
I should give her a raise.
You should.
Now, you mentioned something about your son, Sean, how he went missing.
Yeah.
I want you to come to my office in Diamond City. Give me all the details. Besides, I think you've earned a chance to sit down and clear your head.
I'll meet you there.
See you in Diamond City.
He is looking at you, kid. Wait, how do... Okay, where's the... Is that it? Oh, that's how you got here. I heard you got the stuff. I'd like to purchase some product. Well, now you know. I ain't got no product. You silly apples. Oh, big stretch. Roar. Punch. I woke up and all my joints hurt, so I stretch and move the joints. That's a good idea. Everybody, do a little stretch. If you're sitting at your desk, kind of roll your shoulders back and then roll them forward. But I heard you got the stuff. You listening to Boar.
The super salon can give you the...
You read that article?
Boar's telling you that. I was told to come to you for uppies. Oh, come for uppies? Well, here
how
you
about I
go.
introduce you to my
Ready?
confidential
One, up we go!
Thank you for meeting me here. No. We've been been traveling together for ages. Sorry,
Perfection
Blue.
for sale.
The jig is up.
Hand-tooled
Takahashi told me
pieces.
everything. Where the lies? Gone. I mean, I bet your name's not even Blue, is it?
It's not. I love her. The uppies! I seriously am gonna have to get like little arms to hold up or something like that so I can hold up a nice plushie. Oh, thank you, apples! Thank you for those 10 biddies.
No sense allowed at the surplus.
Thank you! Can I have uppies? Of course, Wolfie. Ready? 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 1, 2, 3. Uppies! The ocean is friendly for the uppies.
Are you here?
Nick?
Oh, let's see. Mirage is about, principally set in the 9th century Baghdad during the Anarchy of Samara. The game will follow Bassem Ik Arash, a character first introduced in Valhalla, and his transition from street thief to fully fledged member of Assassin's Brotherhood, who fights for peace and liberty against the Templar Order who desire peace. Nice. Sounds interesting. You gonna hug? You two should hug. You better hug.
It's really you.
You better hug. Why aren't you
Well,
hugging?
It's hard to mistake this mug for anyone else.
Hug, 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 hug.
You keep
hug,
laughing at
hug,
death.
hug.
Someday, death's gonna laugh back.
Not as long as I got a few
Oh,
friends
right, yes.
to back me
Thank
up.
you.
You saved Nick, this agency, and my job. Thank you.
Happy to do it.
Yeah? Go diving into scary pre-war ruins all the time then, do you?
I'm from the pre-war.
I know an amount wasn't on the table when you went out to find him, but you deserve a reward.
Oh, thank you.
Plus a little something extra.
Thank you.
You know, if you're looking for work and don't mind putting on the detective hat, Nick sure could use
got
a
a
new
trench
partner.
coat?
Whoa. One case at a time, Ellie. Our new friend needs our help first. All right, let's get down to business. Take a seat. Make yourself comfortable.
All right. It's time to get comfy. You two should kiss.
Trying to
Mwah.
find someone who's
They
gone
should.
missing. The devil is in the details.
Okay, okay.
Tell me everything you can.
All right,
No
I'll
matter
try
how
to...
painful it might be.
I'll try.
We were in a vault when it happened. Vault 111. It was some kind of cryo facility.
You were on ice, huh?
I was.
More importantly, you were underground, sealed up. It's a lot of obstacles to get through just to take one person.
Mm-hmm.
What else can you tell me?
We're looking for my baby, Sean. He's less than a year old. Why would anyone take him?
Good question. Why your family in
Yeah.
particular? Why an infant? Someone would be taking on all of his care, and a baby needs a lot of it.
A lot.
Anything else you remember?
There was a man and a woman. They didn't say much, but I remember they called me the backup.
So we're talking a small team.
Mm-hmm,
Professionals. The kind that know to keep their lips tight when they're on the job. Not sure what the backup means, though.
I don't either.
Well, that confirms.
Got attacked by guinea pigs.
This isn't a
Oh,
random
no.
kidnapping. Whoever took your kid had
They're
an agenda.
adorable.
There's a lot of groups in the Commonwealth that take people. Raiders, super mutants,
Super mutants,
gunners.
really?
And of course there's the Institute.
Who are the gunners?
High-end mercenaries. No
Okay.
job too brutal. They're in the running as likely suspects. They wouldn't be the ones pulling the strings.
Super mutants. What are they?
Big, green, muscles on muscles.
Nice.
In other words, hard to miss. I think we can safely rule them out.
That's true, that's true. Oh, you got bit by one? Oh, no. That's not Jennifer Hale. No, I didn't think it would be Jennifer Hale, but the voice does sound very familiar. Find out who it is, Trash Panda. That's your detective work.
You think raiders might have done this?
I honestly doubt it. They can barely organize themselves, let alone pull off something this complicated.
So you think this institute is responsible?
Well, they're the boogeymen of the Commonwealth. Something goes wrong, everyone blames them. Easy
true.
to see why. Those early model synths of theirs strip whole towns for parts, killing everything in their way. Then you got the newer models, good as human, that infiltrate cities and pull strings from the shadows. Worst of all, no one knows why they do it, what their plan is, or where they are. Not even me. And I'm a synth myself. A discarded prototype anyway.
Oh, okay, okay.
You're a prototype?
As far as I know. Never seen any other synth like myself. There's the older ones that are dumb as rocks and all metal, and there's the newer ones that are almost human.
It's Jack? What? What do you... So the big greens are just like the Hulk. Kinda. It's Jack's voice actor? Oh, that's cool. Yes, the big greens are just like the Hulk, but dumb.
Somewhere in between.
Either way, I need to find Sean.
You're right. The speculation is getting us off track.
It is.
Let's focus on what you saw. What did these kidnappers look like?
One of them came right up to me. Bald head, scar across his left eye.
Yeah, I was like, I thought about it. I was like, this sounds like female shepherd. But maybe when she's not screaming and spelling, or swearing, you know, it's happening. Yeah.
Who is he? Do you think he has Sean?
It's way too big of a coincidence. Ellie, what notes do we have about the Kellogg case?
The description matches. Bald head, scar, reputation for dangerous mercenary work, but no one knows who his employer is.
That is
He
so
bought a
cool.
house here in town, right? And he had a kid with him.
Thank you so
didn't
much,
he?
Trash
Yeah,
Panda.
that's right. The house in the abandoned West Stands. The boy with him was around 10 years old.
There's no way that could be Sean.
Yeah. Big difference between an infant and a 10-year-old, but that doesn't mean we're on the wrong track. He could have a son of his own. Or maybe he's turned kidnapping into a bad habit. In any event, they both
we do
vanished
not
a
need to
while
crank his
back.
meat hard.
No trace. Let's you and I take a walk over to Kellogg's last known address. See if we can snoop out where he went.
Security doesn't really go to that part of town, but you two should still be careful.
I always am.
And up I stand. And whose meat are we necessarily cranking? Sorry. I'm trying to get my leg to sit right, and Boo just got himself all comfy. Father! Father, I crave cheddar!
Didn't want
Not
Ellie
supposed to talk to people I don't know.
Everything I dug
My
up
friends
about
say outside
Kellogg's
is small.
supposed disappearance.
Get the dugout in.
Bad
The
news.
stories are free.
He's more than just a mercenary. He's a professional. Quick, clean, thorough. Has no enemies because they're all
Then get
dead.
some cheddar!
Except you. 9 to 1 odds says he's our man. It's more than just you identifying his distinguishing features. The MO is all him as well. Leading a small team to kidnap a baby and leaving one of the parents alive for later? Not many mercs in the Commonwealth can pull that off.
Rum. Actually, Boo likes, chewy things. You know, he likes to crunch. He likes to crunch and rip things. But...
Here we are. Keep an eye out, will you?
Yeah, I can.
See if I can get this open.
Turn the lights off so nobody sees us. He found a Skittle on the floor, and it was the weirdest experience in his life.
Something to hide, Kellogg? Why don't you give it
Who
a
saw that
try?
thing with it? No, I've never seen that.
Lock's really strong. Hey, Valentine.
No luck? Guess we'll need to find the key.
Guess so.
Stubborn lock, ain't it?
It is.
See that platform in the distance, near the city entrance?
Yeah.
That's the elevator to the mayor's office. Why don't you go ask around there? I'll stay here and see if I can jimmy this lock.
Alright, excellent. Whee! Whee! Hoppa! One! Guess she'll meet me up there. Stretching my eyeballs. Row. Okay, so I'm not sure. Now, this is not saying this like I'm done for the day. Hi, Momo. I don't know what I'm going to stream tomorrow, so do you have any options, or anybody think of something that they'd really like to see streamed?
The mayor's receiving visitors as long as they aren't members of the press. Did you need help?
So I can just head in and talk to McDonough?
Go right ahead. His office is open. He likes to make time for everyone when he can.
Okay.
No funny business around the mayor. Got it?
A funny business right in your face.
Ah, yes.
Hi.
I remember you. Our new arrival. I wish I was in your shoes, getting to see our glorious city for the first time. How can I help you?
Hi.
I'm looking for a key to a house in the city. I assume the mayor's office has a copy.
Well, we don't have every key in the city. Where would we put them all? Besides, every citizen in my city has a right to their privacy. Now, if we did have a key, only the owner can ask for it. That's my final word.
Final word? Final word? Could try the penny larceny demo. It's like 3 hours, but it's all reading. Oh, could you send that to me in a PM or something like that, Trash Panda, so I could remember it?
Please, Mayor McDonough. This man Kellogg kidnapped my baby. I need to find him.
I see. I'm sorry, but however horrible the crimes this Mr. Kellogg may have committed, your word alone isn't hard evidence.
Not so fun fact. The Earth has seen its hottest day in record 3 days in a row. Yes, it has. It has.
I understand. You have rules.
He has rules.
Maybe for the right amount, you can bend them a bit?
Just a look.
How dare you? I'm the mayor, for God's sake, not some thug for hire.
So that's it? You're not going to help?
Security is part of what keeps Diamond City above the petty squabbles and misfortunes of the Commonwealth. I can't betray that for anything.
Fine. Thanks for nothing.
I know it's disappointing, but I have to think of all the people of Diamond City, not just the needs of one person.
Yes, you may come hang out with us up north. You asshole.
Hey, Geneva.
Did you need something else?
Who do I talk to if I need to find a key to a house that's been locked up?
If you're talking about a property that the city has seized, we only have one on the books. Mr. Kellogg's old house. You'd have to ask the mayor directly if you want the keys.
You poor, sweating ferret.
Come on, can't you help me yourself?
And if I could, why should I?
I did not call you an asshole. No, you are fine. You are lovely.
Please. All I want to do is find my baby. The man who owned that house kidnapped him.
You do seem like a sweetheart.
Thank you.
All right.
Piper does like that.
I'm just going to leave this key on my desk and forget. I
didn't call you an asshole,
Your
though.
baby's lucky he has a mother like you. I hope you find him.
Thanks, Geneva. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Geneva. You're amazing. Hiya! Hiya! I like to do a lot of hayas. Oh yeah, totally. We could totally do that to Mayor. I did try playing Skyrim, but again, that was another game that my computer did not like to handle. Oh, shite. Hiya!
Got the key? All right.
Yeah.
Let's take a look around. Kellogg must have left something behind. Place seems small to you? Figured a guy like Kellogg would think big.
Yeah. Potatoes? Oh, corn.
Nothing here. Did you check out that desk?
No, not as much as I probably should have. That'll do.
Well, that's one way to hide a room.
Mm-hmm. Pineapples. Heck yes.
Well, look at this. All of a Merc's favorite things.
Sorry, I'm just gonna take some things. Yeah, just things I need. It's fine, you know, right? It's okay.
Gwynnett's stout beer, 44 caliber bullets, cigars.
Cigars.
San Francisco sunlights.
Well, I'll find out one
Interesting
time,
brand.
Apples.
Won't lead us anywhere on its own, though.
I wonder if dog meat could pick up the scent.
Say, that's not a bad idea. Some dogs out there in the Commonwealth can track a man for miles. Why don't you go fetch him and let him have a whiff? See if he picks up the trail.
Could do that.
Before you head out, I know this is personal business. If you have to face Kellogg on your own, just say so. Besides, you already have plenty of company. You can't all go sniffing through the Commonwealth after one man.
I don't know. I might need your help on this one. But maybe I should go on my own.
Oh, that wasn't a can.
Need
It was
me,
literally just like a
come
shock of
knocking.
corn.
If not, then the next time I see you, I hope it's with your son, safe and sound.
Taking a nap. Kellogg cereal, exactly. Yeah, when I close my eyes, I can hear Jack now. Can't unhear Solar Survivor is now a biotic powerhouse. Mmm. You heard.
Dog meat. Get the scent, boy. Got something, boy?
Let's go. He knew I needed him and he came a-running. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Bark, bark. Having some Skittles. Nom 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 nom. But you haven't heard, today in 1348, the papal bull of Pope Clement VI was issued during the Black Plague, stating that Jews were not to blame for the Black Plague and to urge for their protection. Ow. Oh, I love Brahms. I wish I could get a little plushie of a Brahim. With their two adorable little heads. I'm sure that's something.
Please help. She's hurt. She's going to die. She needs help. Hurry. She's in here. Please help.
open? There we go. Okay, game fixed itself.
Right back here, hurry! Always on good behavior, aren't you?
I am.
I try to be.
Seems like you're doing better than trying. I
appreciate
appreciate it. Too few folks can be bothered. Of course, in my experience, if you want to do real good, playing nice only gets you so far. I mean, look at Diamond City. A place I've been trying to warn of real danger. But every issue I publish, all I hear is, "Oh, Piper, why don't you ever publish anything happy? Piper, why can't you write something nice for a change?" It's enough to make me want to hang up my hat some days.
Taking so long. I don't know. Maybe you should go check it out. You don't think I will?
Sounds like it must be exhausting.
I can hear them whispering in the background.
But people, they deserve to know the truth. Sure, it can be scary, knowing what's really out there. A night doesn't go by, I'm not afraid some Institute drone will decide.
Sorry, you're talking, and your voice is amazing. I love your voice actor.
Today's the day to pay old Piper and family a visit. But it's worth...
Shit's got ambush all over it.
Now where'd they get to? Unexpected.
Get this over with!
Show me. Thanks. That was kind of squishy.
There you are. You're nothing. Nothing.
They're in our hands anyway.
I'm carrying too much. Hi. That was for lying to me. You know, I'm not really in that.
Bad idea. Damn it! Shoulder wounds. Should've just run.
Back down.
Yeah, like Piper said, should have backed down. Anything I can, you know, pick at and really impress a lady here? No? Yeah, be that way. I mean, I guess we could always play more of Fallout. If you all like. I mean, it's... if you're interested. Oh, hello. We got stuff. Wow. Oh, okay, that's a no. Oh, hello. And nothing in the fridge. How dare they? Oh. Do I have green paint on me now? Oh, that's fuckity. Yeah, that's not generally good. Yeah, it looks like just people who wanted to help. Yes. Yes, I was. So many nude people. I know, right? Just laying there, floppity-doppity like. That's when I realized I still had my new mod. Oh, you had nude mods? You had where you could see the Pinot Noir and the boobalicious? The boobles? The nip-nopitic poppity-pops? Of course. You know, I'm not gonna blame you on that. Why the fuck not? A wolf.
San Francisco Sunlights. Kellogg's preferred brand, all right.
It's for the realism. Of course, of course.
Okay, boy. Let's track him.
Could be nothing else. Hooray! Boy, do you have tomorrow planned out yet, or... Ah, Jesus! Not the mats! Fucking mole rats! I see you, bitches! Fuck you! No! Don't... Oh my god, that's a big rat! Don't hurt my baby! Are you still alive? How are you still alive? Don't hurt my baby! He doesn't like to hurt anybody! You come after me, you jerk! Oh, my baby! My baby! Stim pack for my baby? You okay? Okay, dog meat! I'm carrying too much. Dog meat! Okay, I'm good. Is there another vault out here? Oh dear.
Bloody bandages. Dog meat can track this. Okay, boy. Let's track him.
Damn, dog meat is a tough doggo. Hiya! Yeah, it does look like there's another vault around here. Wah. Oh, mother truck. Come here. Gotta protect the dog. That's That's my boy. He's a good dog. You just need to understand he's a good dog. What the fuck? Piper? Help save my dog, Piper! I'm having flashbacks to the long dark. Oh, Jesus, Kelly, thank you!
Let's do this.
Oh, shit.
If we're gonna dance, let's dance.
Jesus, it's a lot of things trying to kill us today.
Always on good behavior, aren't you?
Didn't realize I had been.
I didn't think I
This is
had
you
been.
not even trying, huh?
Yeah.
I appreciate it. Too few folks can be bothered. Of course, in my experience, if you want to do real good, playing nice only gets you so far. I mean, look at Diamond's... Oh, pipe. It's enough to make me want...
Sounds like it must be exhausting.
Huh, no kidding. But people, they deserve to know the truth. Sure, it can be scary, knowing what's really out there. A night doesn't go by, I'm not afraid some Institute drone will decide today's the day to pay old Piper and family a visit. But it's worth it, because I know the truth. That's what protects us.
It do.
Scared, huh? Could have fooled me.
I'm pushy, not crazy. Honestly, these days I'm more scared for my sister. I don't know what I'd do if something happened to her. But I'm not the only one with something to lose. That's why people deserve to know what's out there, good or bad.
That's fair.
Couldn't agree more. How can you protect you and yours if you don't know what you're facing?
I know I'm caring too much.
Most folks, though, they'd prefer a comforting lie. Not me. I've seen firsthand what the truth can do. My sister
Just sneaking
and I,
Skittles while she's
we
talking.
grew up way out in the Commonwealth. Tiny little settlement. Our dad, he was part of the local militia. Keeping the raiders off our backs and the mirelurks out of our latrines, as he'd describe it.
Aww.
Well, one day, our dad turns up dead.
Oh.
His captain, asshole named Mayburn, claims raiders must have gotten him on watch. Well, I didn't buy it. I start making inquiries. Turns out, the captain, he'd sold out. Thought he wasn't getting paid enough to babysit the town. He was gonna leave the gates open one night. Let a group of raiders sack the place and take a cut of the profits. My dad found out and was gonna turn Mayburn in, but Mayburn got to him first.
Oh my god, we missed
And I
this.
wasn't about to let that bastard get away with murder.
At least she came to talk to us
Tried
again.
talking to the mayor, but he wouldn't listen. So, I papered the entire town in posters. Wanted for gross dereliction of duty, Captain Mayburn. The mayor sure wanted to talk after that. The town threw Mayburn out on his ass and were dug in when a very surprised group of raiders finally showed.
What happened after that?
We made do. Sis was still pretty young at the time, and Mom was out of the picture. So we got by on the kindness of others for a while. Eventually, I saved up enough to book us both passage with a caravan, and then we moved on up to the big city. Called it home ever since.
I'm sorry about your dad.
Thanks. It was hard after he was gone, but knowing that he died doing right, that's always made it easier. But hey, I'm sorry if I've been rambling. I just get fired up sometimes.
No, it's okay.
It's just nice to talk to someone who actually seems to get it, you know? So, should we head out?
Yeah. You're fine. Hey, Piper.
Look alive.
I want to trade.
Take a peek.
Alright, I'm just gonna throw some stuff at you. I'm sure you'll be fine. Why can't I sort things by heavy-ass weight? It would be easier if I could do that. Alright. It's good. Let's go. Doggo's waiting for us.
Hey, I got a question for you.
For me?
Excuse me.
Oh, hey. Did you think it over and change your mind?
What would I do with a Brahmin?
What would you do with it? Oh, you're serious?
Yes.
Well, whatever you want. Some people use them for farming, I hear.
She wanted me to
Increases
buy her
productivity
Brahmin?
quite a bit. That's what I hear, at least.
Does this Brahmin really belong to you?
What do you think? It's stolen or something?
Maybe.
Nah, she's mine. Of course she's mine. Could be yours, too, for a very reasonable price.
Yes.
Sure, I'll take her.
Oh, great, great. Just tell me where you want me to send her, and she's all yours.
Yes! I have a Brahmin!
Good doing business with you, sister. I'm sure I'll see you around.
Trade me more Brahims. You are a beautiful baby. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. You're gonna go back and live with us. Yes, we are. Look at her go. Beauty. Beauty and grace. Amazing. I'm just walking in the backwater. She saves us from a stunted Yangguan. And then, boom, I get a Brahim. I've always wanted one. I think they're adorable. I love them. Jesus, how did you sniff it out all the way down here, dog meat?
Hey, dog meat's got something. See anything?
Not yet. A woo? Wait. Oh shit!
Blue, you okay?
I am. But that was weird. Did I blow up what was supposed to be in the ashtray?
When it's stout.
Oh, that'll work,
One of his
yeah.
creature comforts.
Why did... Oh, I thought I was sitting. I'm like, why am I sitting?
Okay, boy. Let's track him.
And I brought him. Okay. But I do think that's a pretty good place to stop for now. Gotta let my real dog meat out to do stuff. And like I said, I'm gonna have a really long time today working on fixing out my OBS issue. Oof. Goodness, snack cakes. Oof. You know what? I think that's okay, though. I'm so happy to see all of you here and, you know, have all this great time. It's been fun getting to see and meet y'all. You know, I'm going to hand you over to an amazing little bean, and I will get to see you all tomorrow. Maybe I'll play Fallout 4 some more, or I'll just, like, figure out something else to play for tomorrow, okay? I am streaming on Saturday, though, just to remind you. So, come on and show up for that. That's going to be a family fun day, okay? All right. I will see you all soon. Love ya. Bye.